Hello, hello. What's up, everybody? How's everybody feeling that it's the week after the big ban list? Charlie just left. Okay. Unfortunately, what happens sometimes, he was sitting on my desk the entire morning, but whenever I start talking too much, he leaves. I was trying to be quiet, but well, my mental health with Shifter at 1 is huge. Very relatable, actually. Very relatable. I'm doing good. It's like it's a good feeling because it 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 was difficult not to stream yesterday because I was so hype about the list, but I did kind of need the day off. Originally, before YCS Houston, I was even planning on potentially taking Monday and Tuesday off just because I knew the weekend was going to be stressful. But I just I couldn't bring myself to take 2 days off after that ban list. You know, I just want to talk about it. I just want to discuss it. I want to talk about why I like it, what I don't like about it, because there are some things. I want to discuss the format, all that. Like it's just exciting. It's an exciting time. I like it a lot. We're gonna talk about that all today, of course. We're gonna do some warm up first because I want to wait for everyone to get in here before we get going. But it's an exciting time to be a TCG duelist, I think. And yeah, you're doing MD pulls on stream this time, right? For the next pack? Yeah, probably. I mean, we can. Yeah, if you guys prefer it that way, I don't mind it. But yeah, there's also a it looks like decent pack coming out on Master Duel on Thursday, which we're also going to look into that. I suppose that is something that we're also going to talk about that later today a little bit, but of course, just because the TCG format is looking very good right now does not mean we're not playing Master Duel at all anymore. But yeah, it's like they both have their pros and cons. It is significantly easier, more convenient, more accessible to make Master Duel content and just play Master Duel in general, which is nice. But it is looking like the TCG format is going to be better for a while at least. But that is also something we can talk about later today. First, let's do some warm up, and then when everyone's here, we can get going. Also, Jordan Ozaru, thank you for the early prime. Appreciate that. Thank you. All right. I missed the remote duels. Oh yeah, the remote duels are probably coming back eventually. Once I find a good way to do it. My problem with remote duels is not that I don't like them myself. The problem with remote duels in general, I feel like maybe that's just a me issue. But I don't like how when I'm remote dueling, it's very hard to have chat interaction, which is to me like the majority of why I'm streaming and not just recording is why is to have chat interaction, right? And when I'm like interacting with one opponent because I'm remote dueling, then it's more difficult to do that. So in my head, it's like I might as well like do that stuff off stream and record it or whatever. The ban list makes me play a math mech package in Ryzeal, and I don't dislike that. A math mech package in Ryzeal? What would you want to? Why would you want to do that? That makes like that makes no sense, does it? More force, but doesn't circular lock you into doesn't Sigma lock you into Cybers? Like you don't play Sigma, so what does circular send then? You play Nabla. What does Nabla do? Math mech Nabla. Tribute a cyber, special summon a mathmech from your deck. If this card's sent to the graveyard, you can target a cybers you control. You can make up to 2 attacks. Eh? Nabla does nothing. You just need it as a send for circular. That sounds not good. Anyways, let's warm up first before we talk about that sort of stuff. This feels familiar. Signal Warrior. Is that ref panel? No. Oh, that's Shinobird, right? Yeah, it's like Shrine. No. Power Spot. I thought it was Shinobird Shrine, but that doesn't exist. I feel like that's a synchro, but I don't know the name. Vortex the Whirlwind. I think that's a synchro. Is that Ib or Lib? Crowned by the World Chalice. Okay. Magispector Tornado? Tempest? Cyclone? All right, dude. Ojama Trio. That is a Roid. Decoy Roid? Yeah. Mask of Dispel? Yeah. That is a Scareclaw. Acro? Yeah. Don't know what that is. Don't know what that is. Tenma the Sky Star. That's Dodger Dragon. Dodger Dragon. That's heavy infantry. I have seen this. Oh, I've seen this. But I don't know what it's called. Ghost Pirate? Well, that would be very accurate. The Ghost Pirate. Yeah. Boar Soldier. That's giving me Ritual Beast vibes. Apelio? Maybe it's Steeds. Ulti Apelio? Could be Ulti Apelio. No. Steeds? It is Steeds. Yeah. Don't know. B Troopers. That's Springans. Springans. Call? Nope. Booty. Oh, this is the little dragon. It's a Duel Links card. I played with this. Radius the Half Moon Dragon. Alien Mother, I think. Oh. That looks like a Visa Starfrost card. No, never mind. I was joking. That's a spell book. No, is it a spell book? Magistus? Magistus Invocation. All right. Salamangrate. Griffin, I think. First Griffin. No, Emerald Eagle. No. There's a surprising amount of Salamangrates that are just like never played. That's a Glad Beast. Octavius? Meteor Rain? No. Junk Barrage. Oh. Roxy's? Yeah. Is that an Allure Queen? No. That is not an Allure Queen. That is Uvaloop, or whatever it's called. Uvaloop? Something loop. Close one. Almost an Allure Queen. That's a Vylon. I'm not going to try and guess which one. Vylon Delta. That does not feel familiar. Junk Connector. Okay, Junk Connector. Can't even tell what's going on here. Someone on a horse. That's a Shiranui. I think we should try and guess a card again. No, the Gimmick Puppet. Okay. Gimmick Puppet. That is not one that they play. Humpty? Humpty Dumpty. Okay. This is the little, is it the Cyverse, the Draconet? Yeah. Ascension Sky Dragon. Ascension Sky Dragon. Joel, hi. Thank you for 31 months. Welcome back. Oh, that is the really old metallic. Yeah, something metallic. Lunatite? Of course not. Of course I picked the wrong one. That's also very old. Yeah. Oh, what's that called? Javelin something. No? Javelin? Enchanted Javelin? Yeah. Ojama Delta Hurricane. This is a Burning Abyss spell. Terminus, I think, is the right one. Yeah. This is something weird. Z1. Yeah. That looks like Weather Painter. No. Ghost Trick. But it's... I don't know which one. It's a spell trap, I'm pretty sure. Ghost Trick Break. Okay, Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper's Nobleman. We had this like last week, I think. It was the same Gravekeeper. Wind Up Shark. Blackwing vibes. Which are not good vibes. It's probably a Blackwing. I'm skipping it. It was not a Blackwing. Okay. Is that the Crystron? Yep. This looks like Thunder Dragon Dark to me. That is a Bujin. Their main dude, the Susanovo. Yeah. Yeah. The reinforcement of the... Oh no, of course not. Reinforcement of the troops is what it's called. Army's troops, that one. Yeah. I just misclicked. That's Darkblade, isn't it? This is Go Giga Gaga Gigo. Yeah. This I have no idea. Dark Dragon Ritual. Also no idea on this one. Zubaba Buster. The Tracker. Thank you for the 27. Welcome back. That is Trumpeteer. Never seen that card before in my life. Rogue of Endymion. Okay. Could I maybe get some cards that I've seen before? That'd be sweet. Attack and receive. All right, 800 secured. Saved. This is XY. Dragon Cannon. That's an Earthbound Immortal. I'm pretty sure it's it was the Dolphin one. Anyways. Not bad. Not crazy, not washed. It's alright. It's alright. Alright, we do this real quick and then we jump right in. Level 4 Dark, 1500 attack. Less than 1500 defense, not a warrior. Newer than 2015. 1500 Dark level 4. Oh, the Dinomorphia? Not a bad call. Not a bad call. It does have more defense than 0, and it is older than 2022, but that confirms it is just a regular effect monster. So between 2016 and 2021, we're looking for a level 4 Dark with some defense, not much. Level 4 Dark, some defense, but not much. Nabla? No. Thank God it's not Nabla. Snipe Hunter? Dude, I wish Snipe Hunter came out after 2016. Unfortunately, that card is like 17 years old. Girsu? I'm pretty sure Girsu has like 1800 attack. Yeah. 1500 attack, Dark level 4. Chupacabra is 1400, isn't it? Oh, Chupacabra is 1500. Okay, it wasn't Chupacabra, but that was a good guess. I thought Chupacabra was 1400. Okay, well, it is 2018. It is 2018, so that's good to know. 2018, man. What happened in 2018? I'm pretty sure there's no Orcust for the stats. Rocket? It could be a dragon, but any of the rockets 1500 attack? No. Also, most of them are 2019. Mothman is 1800. I know that one. What else came out in 2018? Let me think of some sets and some archetypes. Altergeist does not have a level 4 with 1500. Phantom Knight? It's not a warrior, so I don't think it's any of the Phantom Knights, is it? I think they're all warriors. S-Force Razor? Okay. If it's actually that, then I never had a chance. Okay, no, that's 2021. Actually, it's not that. Abyss Actor? I think Abyss Actor, for the most part, are older than that. And they're also fiends. It's not a fiend. The Nordic TCG exclusive? Okay, I'm never, ever guessing that one. Alvis of the Nordic Alfar. If only this card is banished by the effect of a Nordic Link monster, you can send to the graveyard one Nordic monster you control and 2 Nordic monsters from your deck whose total level equals 10, then special summon an Azir monster from the extra deck. If an Azir monster in your possession is sent to your grave by your opponent's card, you can banish this card from your grave, special summon Azir from your extra deck with a different name from the cards in your grave. You can only use each of the effect once per turn. Okay, dude, I was never guessing that one. All right. With that warm up out of the way, Welcome to today's stream, the Banlist Aftermath stream. Today we're going to be mostly focusing on the TCG, of course, because it's a very hype situation. I'm still, even 2 days later, very happy with the Forbidden Limited list. I am aware that there's some things on it that are not perfect. There's stuff that's missing. We're going to talk about that today too. But for the most part, I am pretty happy. So we're gonna do some recap on that too. We're also gonna look at the new cards before we hop right in. Don't worry. We've got new cards to look at. We're going to do that. But the main focus for today is supposed to be the ban list. We're going to talk about the good, the bad, the changes in general. And then also, once that's done, we're going to talk about some decks and how they're going to be affected by this. Like, we're going to do some, not a tier list per se, but rather we're bringing back the top-down camera on the playmat. And I got the cards here. And we're going to talk about some of the cards and some of the decks and how they're going to fare in this new format in the beginning, and then what it potentially also means for like the future, because there's some things that I like very impactful immediately right now, but then once Alliance Insights comes out in a couple of weeks, that's going to change additional things as well. We're also going to talk about that. So that is the plan for today. I don't know exactly how long it's going to go for. If it takes longer than needed, then we'll go a little bit longer. If not, then not. So we'll see. First things first, though, we have Justice Hunter support cards. Now, they are continuing this trend that they have already done with the previous one, where the main set that comes out after the deck building set has some individual cards that support the deck building archetypes. The deck building pack archetypes, like with the last TCG set, it was the same thing for the 3 archetypes from Crossover Breakers in Maliss, Ryziel, and yugioh. There was an technically independent card that was not officially part of the archetype, but it was a support card for the archetype, right? Like Eclipse Twin for Ryziel, the little the format skipper, Retrain for Maliss, and the what was the thing for yugioh? I forget. It was like a new level 10 monster, I think, that was supposed to be good in yugioh, but yugioh just wasn't good, so that didn't really work out. But yeah, the same thing is happening in the next set, Duelist Advance, over in the OCG, and it's bringing individual support cards for K9, Dragon Tail, and Yummy, and we're going to take a quick look at those. First thing first, we have a Dragon Fusion monster, so I'm assuming this is the Dragon Tail support, or meant to be the Dragon Tail support. Sacramentum Dragoon, level 8 Light Dragon Fusion, 3000 attack, 1500 defense, requires a Dragon monster and a Spellcaster monster. Now, without double checking, I would assume that the Dragon Tail deck, maybe the main deck monsters are Spellcasters. I'm just guessing here, because otherwise that wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. But anyways, relatively generic, so that's neat. And you can only use the 3rd effect of this card's name once per turn. Loses 100 attack for each of your banished cards. Your opponent's special summoned dragon and spellcaster monsters cannot activate their effects while this fusion summoned card is in the monster zone. Okay, so that, I'm not a huge fan of that effect on a card, because it's kind of specific, and like in some matchups that's going to be very oppressive, in other matchups it's not going to matter. Specifically the mirror match, I feel like if the deck is mostly dragons and spellcasters, would become very weird with this card. Like that's just awkward, right? That's just not great design to give a deck a floodgate for the mirror match, which is like giga annoying. Also Super Poly, I'm pretty sure Super Poly doesn't matter though, because I think there already was a Super Poly target, right? Isn't I'm pretty sure there already was one that was specifically Dragon and Spellcaster. What was it called again? It was like, they played it for a while too in some deck. Mysterion, that's the one. Hold up, Mysterion, the Dragon Crown or something. Yeah, that is already Spellcaster Dragon. This thing. So that is not relevant. I mean, it's still relevant, but like, it's not a new combination of Super Poly. You can target one dragon and one spellcaster in your grave, special summon one of them, and if you do, place the other on the bottom of the deck. Okay, yeah, the second effect is cool, gives you revive and recycle. Not a fan of the second part here, because it just, yeah, once again, it makes mirror matches super awkward. If it's the entirety of, yeah. If it's like, if the entire deck is Spellcaster Dragon, that's a super toxic card in the mirror match. So I'm not a huge fan of this. This might be like, genuinely, it's meant to support Dragon Tail, but to me, it makes the deck like less attractive to play. Because if this card exists, I might not want to play it. Whereas if it doesn't exist, then I might want to play it. So it's weird, right? Kind of weird. It does only affect special summon dragons and spellcasters. So like it doesn't stop your graveyard effects from triggering. It doesn't stop your normal summons. So maybe there's ways around it. But it's yeah. And then we have Valon, the Psychic Musketeer, which is a rank 5 Dark Psychic. I'm assuming rank 5 means this is supposed to be canine support. Materials, level 2 level 5 monsters, so it is generic. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. During the main phase quick effect, you can detach one material from this card, then target a face-up monster your opponent controls, change it to face-down defense position. If this card is sent to the graveyard, target a set card to destroy it. That's a very good card, isn't it? That's a, like, okay, a few things come to mind right away. For K9, of course, because they can make Xyz 5 on the opponent's turn as a quick effect, sometimes even going second. You get a Book of Moon here, which is pretty neat, right? That's simple and effective. As a generic card, it's also fine. You know, some decks in the future, if they have 2 level 5s, you might want to make this. It's a quick effect Book of Moon. That's not bad. But it's also like not broken. It's like fine in the way that it's just, it can definitely exist. That's not too powerful at all. That's fine. The last effect here, funnily enough, someone's already mentioned it in the chat, but you can send this card for X Ryzeal and pop a set card, which is neat. You know, who knows how relevant Ryzeal still is by the time we get this, because it is still a while. This is, for us in the TCG, this is not even the next set. This is the set after that. And also, it's like not super relevant, I think, because most of the set cards that you would be targeting in a meta deck are negating your X Ryzeal anyways. Like the most popular set card is Infinite Impermanence, and if you go send this for X Ryzeal going second and then target their impermanence, they're just gonna chain the impermanence to negate your X Ryzeal. It's definitely still a viable option for Ryzeal decks. Most of the time when you're going second, Meteorologic Aggregator or Eclipse Twins are still going to be better options, I think. But it's something worth considering, for sure. But that is not a problem with the balancing on this card. That is more a problem with the balancing on X Ryzeal, right? This card is completely fine and well designed. It's also a good Ultimate Slayer target for what it's worth. Same thing. Yeah, same reasoning, right? If you ever play against a deck that has like an Exceed and a back row, both gone with Ultimate Slayer, it's pretty neat. Especially because I feel like XYZ is the thing with Ultimate Slayer that has the weakest targets. You know, for fusions, it's like super good. You got Garura, you got Entis. For links, it's fine because you can just go send the Tri-Brigade link 5 to send Garura to draw a card. For Synchros, there's like Malong, which is further removal. For Xyz is like you only have Meteorologic Aggregator, which is like sometimes good, sometimes S. So like having another option is neat here. And then we have Uka no Mitsune no Onari, a Link 2 Light Beast. So that's probably your Yummy support right there. It is not generic because it requires 2 light monsters, including a beast. You can only use the first and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is Link summoned, you can target a quick play spell in your graveyard. Set it. Okay, that's powerful. Your opponent cannot target cards in the field zones with card effects. This is runic support. I'm a do Hugin with a light beast makes this, and I reset my tip and I protect my fountain. Let's go. If this card is destroyed, you can choose the following effects up to the number of cards in the field zone and apply them in sequence. You cannot choose the same effect twice. Destroy one card your opponent controls or inflict 1500 damage to your opponent. Okay, so if you have one field spell, you're probably just going to pop a card. If both players have a field spell, you're going to do both. Okay. This is the hardest one for me to evaluate because I'm not entirely like Yummy is the most, I feel like the most combo heavy deck of the three new archetypes. If it's the deck that at the moment, without having played it, I have the hardest time understanding exactly how much it needs this kind of card. It seems like a pretty solid card in general. So I would assume Yummy will appreciate it. But it seems pretty good. It seems pretty good. All three of these cards seem pretty good to me overall. It's just going to depend on how good are they in the specific context of the individual decks. Like, is this exactly something that Yummy needed? Is this exactly something that K9 needed? Is this exactly something that Dragontail needed? The most disappointing one out of these is the Fusion Monster. Not because of its power level, but because of what it does. Like, this is a very annoying effect to print on a card, in my opinion, especially if it's meant to support Dragontail. So if like this card clearly supports K9. This card clearly supports Yummy. This card is not clearly Dragontail support because it also floodgates Dragontail itself. It's a very, very weird card. So I'm not so stoked about this design. Especially because Dragontail seemed to be, like, I thought Dragontail looked the most fun out of those three. They're all three of these are kind of cool archetypes in their own way, but like Dragontail to me was the coolest one. And this card existing as a floodgate for and against Dragontail does not make me happy. It does not make me want to play the deck, right? Especially because Super Poly into Sacramentum Dragoon is going to be available to any deck, not just Dragontail. Like if Dragontail becomes, let's say, the best deck, and then people start playing Super Poly, and then they Super Poly your Dragontail board away into a floodgate against Dragontail, that's kind of cringe. So this honestly might not even be Dragontail support. This might be a Dragontail like anti-support. That's kind of fucked up, honestly. And then we got solid rank 5 and solid link 2, right? So yeah, but that's the support in Duelist Advance. What do you guys think in general? Because I feel like this is the second time they've done this. At least I can't remember if they've done it beforehand, where they give these deck building pack archetypes like in independent support cards, quote unquote, that are not part of the archetype but support it. Have they done that before Crossover Breakers? Well, I know they did it with Ryziel. That's why I'm saying before Crossover Breakers, because they have done it for Crossover Breakers. But before that, I don't remember if they did it with like Vanquish Soul or Centurion or those kind of decks, right? I think it's cool, personally. I think it is cool that they're giving, like, it's just like a small little add-on, right? It's just one card, but I feel like it's kind of cool. Everyone who picks up a deck from the deck building pack gets like a small little buff in the next main set. I think it's cool because it kind of relates the two sets together a little bit. If it gives you like a feeling of progress with your deck. Of course, if the cards are like designed properly. Jiaolong. No, I'm not talking about specific support. Like I know there's specific support for those decks eventually, but I'm talking about like this design approach where the deck building pack comes out, releases 3 archetypes, and then the next main set has one independent card that is not part of the archetype but is meant to support the archetype. That's what I meant. But yeah, I think it's cool. Just not a huge fan of this fusion monster. The link 2 might be useful in some fairy tale runic piles. I mean, there seems to be some overlap here because both the Yummy archetype and the new Ancient Fairy support archetype are very focused on light beasts. So there's like some overlap there where they could end up being you know, together. New striker card? Where? New striker card where? I'm gonna need a translation before we can talk about the new striker card. They revealed the link 1. Oh, they revealed the link 1. Okay, and is there a translation for it already? Because that could be big. Link 1 could be big. Hold up. Oh, there it is. Uh-oh. Sky Striker Link 1. Prototype Sky Striker Ace Amatsu. Link 1 Dark Machine. 1500 attack. This makes me wonder if there's going to be a light one, because we have water, fire, earth, wind, and now dark. Anyways, 1 Sky Striker Ace monster. You can only special summon Prototype Sky Striker Ace Amatsu once per turn. You can only use this card's name's first and second effect once per turn each. When a monster your opponent controls with 2000 or more attack activates its effect, quick effect, you can make that effect become destroy a Sky Striker Ace Link monster your opponent controls instead. When an attack is declared involving this card and an opponent's monster, you can target 1 Sky Striker Ace monster you control and 1 card your opponent controls, destroy them. Phantom of Ray. Okay, this card is not even close to the power level of Phantom of Yubel. But I see where you're coming from. I see, because it changes your opponent's effect. Yep, they have some similarities. The power level is not the same. The card is good, I think, because it's... Here's the thing. I don't think this card's effect is crazy. I don't think it's super amazing. You don't plus off of the effect. You do plus off of the effect, because the idea is you summon this on your end board, you pass with it, your opponent activates an effect, you force them to change it into destroying your Link monster, and that triggers Ray in the graveyard to come back, right? So that's the idea, that them destroying your Sky Striker Link instead of actually performing their effect is good for you, because you bring back Ray from it. But the thing is, it's way more niche than Phantom of Yubel, because it's only a monster your opponent controls, so you can't interact with hand traps at all. And it has to be 2000 or more attack, which is something that the opponent can potentially play around by, for example, they could make an SP Little Knight first, and then banishing your Ray out of the graveyard, and then suddenly you're cut off and you can't stop the SP Little Knight, and so on and so forth. The other thing is that with the new Link 2 that we read a while ago, I'm not sure how often you want to end on this one, right? I don't know how often you want to end on this one. On the other hand, this is something that can potentially help Sky Striker playing into boards a lot better, because think of this like, okay, this is not relevant for the TCG because Baron de Fleur is banned, but imagine your opponent has Baron de Fleur on the board, and you want to get rid of it. Now, all of a sudden, Ray or Rose can check something like an Omni Negate by, you just normal summon it, link into this first, then activate your spell cards, and if they try to negate it, you change it into this, right? So that's neat and pretty solid without being too broken, I think. But you do have to realize that Link 1s don't have to be broken in order, like that the effect of a Link 1 does not have to be broken in order for the card to be very broken, because Link 1s are essentially going to be free. Like when you play your Sky Striker deck, you can access this card at most times for free, because it doesn't cost you anything to link your Ray into this and then just continue with the Kagari later, or do the Kagari first and then do this. Like, this is basically a free upgrade to any Sky Striker deck, because you get to have the option to change anything into this at any time. The other thing is, like, they keep giving Sky Striker more and more and more Link monsters, and that the extra deck for that deck is getting tighter and tighter and tighter. which is a pretty big limiting factor with Sky Striker. It's very comparable to Salamangreat in that case, where it just has this overabundance of link monsters where you just can't properly play the deck for multiple turns. Now, the cool thing is they are giving Sky Striker a better way to recycle their link monsters in the new support wave as well, with the new quick play spell card that lets you shuffle back extra deck monsters from the graveyard. So the future of Sky Striker might end up being where instead of playing like 3 of a lot of the link monsters like Kagari and Shizuku and Hayate, which was how it was done in like back in the day, you might end up playing like, well, Kagari is probably still a 3 of, but then maybe all the other ones are just 1 ofs. Like maybe just 1 Zeke, 1 Camellia, 1 Azalea, 1 Shizuku, 1 Hayate, 1 of this. And then you play the recycling stuff, because Sky Striker technically, because of Kagari and spells that recycle, technically Sky Striker can still go infinite in terms of your resources, because you can just recycle your Kagaris with the spell and then Kagari gets you back the spell. So you can still go infinite with Sky Striker in the long run, so you can still play the solid grind game because they gave Sky Striker a new recycling spell that is a little bit better than Hercules base. Because no one was going to really play Hercules base in 2025, right? That card's a little outdated, even though it was a cool card back in the day. That makes me think this card is pretty good. It's not the most exciting card out of the new Sky Striker support wave, but I think that's a good thing. Because this is a Link 1, I'm actually a fan of the fact that this card is not super broken. I think Link 1's being super broken just ends up being a problem a lot of the time. Like, if instead of the Link 2, they made the Link 1 that searches Engage or something, that would have made huge problems and issues, of course. So I'm kind of happy about the fact that the Link 1 is just solid. But it is solid. I could definitely see myself playing this card in a Sky Striker deck as like a 1-of that I'm planning to recycle if the game goes on for longer. And it can definitely come up in a decent amount of situations. Like, once again, I think the biggest implications for this card are going second. If your opponent has something on their end board that is big and threatens your stuff, you normal summon Ray. Normal summon Ray is very hard to interact with because it has a quick effect to tag out. And so you just normal summon Ray and then you make this and then you check one of their interruptions, which is good. Because Ray so far like is the one card in Sky Striker that actually does not really help you break boards outside of your battle phase, right? Like you summon Ray and it doesn't really interact with anything of your opponent's board outside of making your Kagari to add back a spell, which you don't always want to waste into disruption, right? And so that's pretty cool. So yeah, better Link ones just make drawing Ray better, which is pretty good. Ray under Gozen is no longer an issue. That's a small little bonus too. Yeah, you're right. That's a small little thing. With Gozen match at 1, it's been a while since I've seen it, but it would make Ray under Gozen something that you can now link off, which frees up your main monster zone. That's a neat little bonus. So yeah, good card, I think. Good card, not broken, but pretty solid. Combining it with the other Sky Striker support that they already announced, probably going to be a pretty solid package. Solid support package for Sky Striker coming up. I was thinking people might play the Link 1 in Sky Striker engine. You could, yeah. If you're going to play like the Hornet Drones Engage package with just Kagari, you could also play this to also turn it into, because it also points downwards, right? Like that is something in the past. I remember I played a version of Sky Striker Snake Eyes where I wanted to have Kagari to add back Hornet Drones or Engage, and I wanted a second Sky Striker link that points downwards, so that I can keep playing after I make the Kagari. I make a link that points downwards. And I think I just played Hayate, and this one is just better, right? Like this has actual applications. The Hayate was just there because it points downwards, and this one just better, right? So you can link off your Kagari into something that points to your side. It's pretty neat. Yellow Ray stocks going down. You mean Kaina? Yeah, Kaina is like with this releasing and the Link 2 releasing, I doubt there's still gonna be room for Kaina in Sky Striker decks. We'll have to wait and see how exactly they play. But like I think the main purpose of Kaina was that it was quote unquote the best Sky Striker link that you could tag out into on your opponent's turn. Like when they run over your link monster and you bring back Ray, being able to tag into some sort of disruption was good. But Kaina was just like barely a disruption. It just stops one monster from attacking, right? And so this or the new Link 2 is just better, right? Than tagging out into a Kaina. Shizuku or Hayate. I think Shizuku or Hayate are both going to be one-offs with this. Definitely you're still going to use the Hayate a lot because it helps you access cards and gets you to more spells in the graveyard, especially if the deck is still blind second. But Shizuku, honestly, Shizuku might even be a 0 to 1-of because it might not even be your plan anymore to end on Shizuku, right? Like you can end on the new Link 2 instead, and maybe Shizuku ends up being a little bit outdated because it's a little bit too slow. I could imagine it still being a 1-of, maybe because you have some other hands where you just really want an additional search in the end phase. Also for the synergy with multi-roll, right? Let's say you're playing against a deck with a lot of graveyard stuff and you go multi-roll and then end phase you add a Shark Cannon, banish one, and then immediately reset the Shark Cannon. That's a pretty neat move that you might still value the option, but yeah, the definitely less Shizukus, I think. Maybe one. Can't believe the old links are power crept. I mean, it's just really like Kaina was never that good to begin with, and Kagari and Hayate are still pretty good. Shizuku is still an all-right card, but yes, it's gotten worse. But it's also 7 years old at this point, so I don't know what there is not to believe about it. And Kagari is still like in contention for the best Sky Striker link, I would say. So yeah, okay. But that is very far into the future with the new Sky Striker cards. Let's talk about something that is way more recent. So I wanna obviously talk about this new Forbidden and Limited list that was published during the YCS Houston stream. And I want to split this into two parts. First, I want to talk about the list in general, because I've had some time to think about it, and I was very excited when they first published it, and I didn't have great ways to put that into words yet, and not enough time to think about it. Now that I've had time to think about it, I want to discuss the list again, so we're going to go over it. Going to talk about some of the changes, going to talk about why I think they're good, why I think some of this was necessary, and why in particular I said that I think this list is one of the best ones I've seen my entire life, and I still stand by that. So that's the first thing we're going to do. We're going to go over the ban list again. We're going to dissect it. We're going to talk about the things that were good. We're going to also talk about the things that were maybe could have done better, or maybe we're missing on it, because there is some stuff. It's not like a 100% perfect list. It's very close in my opinion, but it's not like, there's still things to talk about. And after that, we're gonna bring back the top-down camera on the playmat. This is how hyped I am for TCG. We're bringing back the real cards into the stream, and we're discussing some decks. You know, I prepared a pile of cards here that are worth talking about. We're gonna discuss the format. We're gonna have like a talk about all individual decks, winners of the list, losers of the list. Not entirely like, we're not doing a tier list per se, but I want to like talk about individual decks and their position and how they might change and all that good stuff, you know? So yes, so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go over these changes once again. Also, I want to say, before we even hop into this, I did also ask my community over on Twitter what they thought of the ban list, just because I wanted to get a feeling for like in actual numbers. You know, you always get like some comments where some people say very good, some people say very bad, and this was like, I wanted some actual numbers, and I feel like this is even though not every single person is happy with it, of course you can't make every single person happy, but we had 6,000, almost 6,000 people voted in this poll, and This I feel like is the most well-received ban list, not just by myself, but also the community that I've ever witnessed. I cannot imagine I don't think I've ever seen a poll about a previous ban list that was this positive, because over 30% of people said it's perfect, over 60% of people said it's good but not perfect, and only 3.8% called it average and 2% called it bad. I think that is something, that is a level of satisfaction in the community that I think is unmatched by previous ban lists, from what I can remember. And I would assume, and we're going to talk about this later, but I think like most of the people that voted good would have given this list a perfect if there was like a single Fiendsmith hit on this ban list. Like, that's something we're going to talk about, but if there was a single Fiendsmith card on here, I think most people would have said perfect. But yeah, let's dissect it a little bit more. And we're gonna start with the least exciting part first, because we're gonna go up this thing, and that is obviously the unbans, which is quite honestly 5 cards here that I don't want to waste too much time on, not because they're not worth talking about, but rather because I think the chance that these cards have a huge impact is relatively small. I think the 2 dangers here, Danger Jackalope and Danger Tsuchinoko, are still good cards. I do think it's worth pointing out that with all the dangers coming back to 3, there is still a chance for a danger deck to do something, especially with some of the cards that they have hit on the ban list. You know, cards like Abyss Dweller, cards like Dimension Shifter were pretty good counters to dangers. And with all the dangers back to 3, I think there is some experimentations to be had with like danger decks at some point. Of course, Drolan Lockbird is a card that has been fairly popular and will probably not go away anytime soon. So I think it's fine, but they're still pretty good cards. Like dangers, I think, are the best cards on the unlimited section here. Like there's still a chance that there's going to be decks around these cards. Performapal, Monkey Board, even though I'm not a huge fan of Modern Pendulum, I can't really argue with this one. I don't think it deserves to be on the list anymore. Ava, same thing. And Cyberjar, same thing. And now we're getting into the order here is a little weird. Where's the semi-limits? There. Okay. The semi-limits, I want to split into 2 sections. We're going to talk about, once again, the less exciting ones first, which are the ones that are moving up the ban list, which is Black Dragon Collapse Serpent, White Dragon Wyver Burster, Unchained Soul of Sharvara, and Morphing Jar. The 2 baby dragons, pretty cool, I think. And Snake Eye Ash and Snake Eye Poplar. The baby dragons are pretty cool that they're moving off the ban list. They still have the potential to be pretty good cards because they're just very good link material. I see a trend on this ban list, which I personally agree with, is that we are bringing back some of the cards that are just like link material, quote unquote, like just cards that help you fill the board a little bit. Like White Dragon, Black Dragon, Poplar, Ash are just cards that help you produce like material, which I think is fine because the TCG in particular has done a good job at limiting what those cards can still do, because we're hitting a lot of generic end board pieces, right? Like Apollosa is gone, Baron is gone, now Nightmare Griffin is gone, Dweller, all that stuff, right? And so I think giving people back parts of their engines, as long as they cannot turn it into something super obviously broken, is fine. Especially in the case of the baby dragons for Dragon Link, Savage is also gone. So I think some help for Dragon Link is completely fine. With Snake Eye Ash and Snake Eye Poplar, I think as long as original Sinful Spoils is banned, I think this is fine. I think like Snake Eye, Millennium, Fiendsmith pile could maybe be a rogue-ish thing still, but to be honest, Snake Eye actually may have lost more than it gained from this ban list because they're losing 2 bonfires for it. So I think this is not really something that makes you want to play more Snake Eyes, to be fair. The hits to Ryzeal and the hits to Maliss is something that we're going to discuss more later when we talk about those decks in particular and their new position. I want to say a few things about this because these are consistency hits for the most part, right? Like Sword Ryzeal, Ice Ryzeal, X Ryzeal to 2, Dormouse, White Rabbit, and Malice in Underground to 2 are consistency hits to those decks. Which, of course, in the past, I've been saying I'm not the biggest fan of consistency hits. The thing here that I want to point out as to why I think, especially for the Malice hits, I'm okay with it. And that's not just because I dislike Malice. I actually think with Malice, they were put in a position here that was very awkward. I've explained it in my banlist prediction / discussion video, which was Malice was a really difficult deck to hit on this ban list because most of the Malice cards, like all of their extra deck is just one-offs, right? Like it's very difficult to hit the Malice extra deck because they just use the link monsters once and then recycle them over and over and over again. So if you want to hit any of their extra deck, you have to ban it. And so like they were obviously not going to ban White Binder or Cryptor or Red Ransom. Like they were not. Of course, that would be a good balancing to the deck, but they wouldn't do that this quickly. No, I did not ask for that. I knew that was not going to happen. I knew that was unrealistic. That was not a good solution. The problem is all the other Malice cards are consistency hits, right? Like the Dormouse, White Rabbit, and Underground were the only other Malice cards they really played outside of Chessy Cat, but you can't really hit Chessy Cat. So this was the only option, and I think it's fine, especially considering that Malice gets back some consistency with Alliance Insight, right? There's more consistency to Malice in Alliance Insight. And then for Ryziel, it's kind of the same thing. I do think these semi-limits are not the worst way to hit Ryziel. I think it's fine, especially because like the semi-limits for Ryziel, you have to look at them together with the other hits. And that's what we're going to do now. Because of course, for Ryziel, there's also a limit in Ryziel Detonator and Bonfire. And what this does is it actually has a lot of implications for Ryziel, which we're going to talk about later a little bit as well. But it means you are now very heavily incentivized to play 7th Tachyon at more copies, which is obviously something that they want. But it also means the quality of Ryziel and the ways you can play Ryziel decrease. Because Fiendsmith Ryziel cannot really play 7th Tachyon, which was the most popular and most powerful version of Ryziel. If you want to play Ryziel and want it to be consistent, you have to play XYZ only now, basically. And that's a big deal. And the other big deal is that 7th Tachyon, while it is a consistency card, is not the same quality as Bonfire. It's not the same quality as drawing Ice Ryziel or X Ryziel directly because it's a -1. You have to put a card from your hand back. You're playing with 4 cards at the cost of consistency. Also, you're way more vulnerable into Droll Lockbird. If you 7th Ascension for 7th Tachyon and you get Drolled, that's not a play. You don't have a play in that hand. If you draw 7th Tachyon together with 7th Ascension, that is one play. That is not the same as drawing Bonfire Ice Ryziel, right? Like that is not the same. So the deck is, in terms of the raw numbers, if you want to look at pure Ryziel, it's basically the same level of consistency, right? Like you lose some Bonfires, you lose some Ice Ryziel, some X, some Sword, but you can replace all of those with 7th Tachyon. So if you just look at the raw numbers, the pure Ryziel deck is still the same level of consistency roundabout as it was before 7th Tachyon came out and before this ban list, but significantly lower quality. And that's why I like those hits, because technically the consistency hasn't gone down. It's the card quality that's gone down, which is exactly how I like them to hit the deck, right? I like that a lot because it's not really a consistency hit, it's a quality hit. They're making Ryziel weaker. You pair that with Ryziel Detonator being limited, which I think is in some ways a very big deal, in other ways it's not, which makes it a good hit in my opinion. I thought about this the following way. If you're playing pure Ryziel, Detonator being at 1 matters a lot. Because in pure Ryziel, your follow-up, your grind game is not nearly as powerful as it was in the Fiendsmith Ryziel variation. If you ever run out of detonators in Fiendsmith Ryziel, that's fine. You can still finish the game off of some maybe utility rank 4 and the Fiendsmith plays that you had, that was fine. Pure Ryziel without a detonator has a very hard time, like, dealing with stuff. Of course, you can play more utility rank 4s now, like you're going to play some more removal rank 4s maybe, or maybe you're going to go back to some Baguska lines for follow-up or whatever. It's still possible, but the Ryziel detonator being at 1 gives slower decks a genuine win condition against Ryziel. Now, if you can get rid of the detonator and they can't recycle it with Ryziel Cross, then the deck is significantly less threatening. And we all know that Ryziel, even though it is a very powerful deck, does not kill you super quickly, right? Like they're not winning the game immediately, especially when you're going first and they're like breaking your board. Maybe they can break boards very often, but they don't immediately deal 8,000 damage a lot of the times. So if you can deal with the detonator, they might just not have great follow-up. And that's a big deal. On the other hand, this does feel a little bit like a Rise Heart to 1 in the past, where in the beginning we thought that was a very, very big deal, but it turned out there were ways around it. And I think to an extent that's true, because I thought about YCS Houston this past weekend, and for the most part, most matches that we saw Ryziel in, we did not see the second detonator. Like in a lot of games, the first detonator was the most important one and the most like game deciding one for sure. So I think this is a good hit, but it's something that Ryziel can recover from. And once again, same thing here. I like the fact that this list is hitting Ryziel relatively hard. The same with Maliss. This list is hitting Maliss and Ryziel relatively hard, which I think is very good because those decks are getting support in Alliance Insight. And both of those decks, in my opinion, post Alliance Insight are going to be completely fine. Like with the new Star Ryziel card and with the new Maliss Adagnister support, I think both of those decks will regain a lot of their consistency and a lot of their power. So hitting them in anticipation is very good because, and this is something, and I mean this in the best positive way possible, this is very unlike Konami thing. To hit a meta deck that's getting support in a future set just to balance it like in advance is very good. This is very healthy. This is something we've been asking for a long time. Is like, if you know that these decks they're already the best deck and they're getting more support in the future set, hit them beforehand. Hit them beforehand. They're going to be fine. Like both of these decks post Alliance Insight, I think are going to be fine. Which means these hits were good and necessary. And that's a very healthy thing to do. It's a very healthy thing to do to hit these decks a little bit in advance, and then they will receive support, so you're fine. Like if you have invested into a Ryziel deck and you really like playing it, you're gonna be fine. You're gonna struggle with it a little bit immediately right now, but it's still playable. And then once Alliance Insight comes out, in literally 3 or 4 weeks, you can just throw the new cards in your deck and it's absolutely playable again. Maybe even top tier. The same is true for Maliss. The exact same thing is true for Maliss. I've heard some Maliss players say that post-Alliance Insight Maliss is better than pre-Banlist Maliss because of how good the support is. And so I just think those decisions are very, very good. So that's what I feel like about the Maliss and Ryziel hits in terms of even the semi-limits and consistency hits, which I know people aren't fans of consistency hits a lot of the time. I think in both of those cases, they're warranted though. Because for Ryziel, it's not really a consistency hit. It just means you have to play 7th Tachyon and 7th Ascension, which lowers the quality of the cards that you're playing, which is good. And for Maliss, consistency hits were simply the only thing that you could do for that deck. Because everything is either a one-of, which means you'd have to ban it, or it's all 3 of consistency cards. So it's the only option they had in hitting Maliss. And the deck gets more consistency with Alliance Insight anyway, so it's fine. Which leaves us with the bans. And the bans on this ban list are quite frankly just amazing. And this is something that I can't really say that enough. The bans on this ban list are phenomenal because they are meta relevant, and also they are very, very heads up, like for the future as well. Like Link Decoder was something that I'm, on the one hand, I suggested this in my Banlist prediction discussion like weeks ago. I suggested Link Decoder, but I wasn't actually expecting them to do it. It was like sometimes when I make Banlist predictions, I just say the thing that I feel like would make the most sense from a game design perspective, but I don't always expect them to do that. And that was the case with Link Decoder. I was like, I'm going to throw this out there because I think it's a very good way to do it, but I don't know if they're actually going to do it. And with Link Decoder, the reason why I think it's so good is exactly what I described earlier. Maliss was very difficult to hit. If you don't want to ban a Maliss card, there's only two options. Consistency hits. Basically, you have no options. It's consistency hits, which I didn't like, or ban one of the Link monsters, which I knew they weren't going to do. They weren't going to ban like Maliss Link monster. And the only thing I could think of was ban Link Decoder and ban Nightmare Griffin. Because Nightmare Griffin is like the toxic floodgate that they can end on, and Link Decoder is the thing, and you won't realize this unless you've played against Maliss a decent amount. Link Decoder is the thing that lets them play through all those hand traps like it's nothing. Like Link Decoder is the reason why in so many combos they just play through your stuff, because they just get a free body at a certain point in the combo. After you try to hand trap them to keep them off of their board, like maybe keep them off of some resources, and then they have one extender and the Link Decoder, and then it was like freaking free link material, and that enabled so much, right? Sometimes that one free extender can make so much of a difference. And so I'm very happy to see Link Decoder go. And that the thing is, you have to realize it also doesn't just affect Maliss, right? This affects Cyber's slop in general for a long time. And then there's obviously Abyss Dweller and Bahamut Shark. Abyss Dweller, long overdue. I mean, I feel like that's been talked about so much. And Bahamut Shark, once again, very heads-up decision. Whether this was Bahamut Shark or totally awesome, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think mattered that much. Personally, and this is a me personal, is I'm happy it's Bahamut Shark because I like Toad. I can understand that Shark players are upset that it's Bahamut Shark and not Toad. But I also think Bahamut Shark is the better card for Mermail to hit, because they can still make it to detach off of a water to get the Dragoon Search, which is why ultimately Bahamut Shark was probably the better hit. Because I've seen Mermail players like scrambling for new rank 4s to detach their Dragoons off of, and banning Bahamut Shark definitely matters, because like there's a backup plan. If you ban Toad, they can still Bahamut Shark into like the new Virtue Dragon, which is not an Omni Negate, but still pretty good. So Bahamut Shark was definitely a good ban. And once again, very heads up, because I've said this over and over and over again. If they ban Abyss Dweller, Mermail is gonna be a problem. And even if Mermail wasn't like the most played deck in the previous format, even though it was fairly successful, right? Most tournaments had Mermail going very deep into the tournament. It wasn't the most represented in Top Cut, but it kept like winning YCSs and going to top. Even Houston, it was in top 4. Very strong deck. If they ban Abyss Dweller, that deck was going to go crazy. And banning a card from it is very, very heads up. It's very, very heads up. And I'm going to be honest with you, we're going to talk about this more later. I think Mermail is still scary. Like, I think Mermail is absolutely fine. As someone who's playing, if you're a Mermail player, you might even be happy about this trade-off. Like, everyone else loses Abyss Dweller and you lose Bahamut Shark. Like, Mermail is fine, I think. Like, you're just gonna, if you want to go first with Mermail, there's still a lot of options that the deck can go down, routes the deck can go down, unfortunately, right? They can still go Mooling Glacia, Trishula, Barrier Statue. That the deck itself has strong disruption. So Mermail, very strong still, I think. The other thing that I think people might mess around with, which I don't know how much of a thing it's going to be, but Mermail might just be a deck that you can also go second with now. Like, you take out a lot of your bricks for going first, like no Mooling Glacia, no Barrier Statue or whatever. You just play like going second Mermail. No one can make Dweller against you. Shifter is limited. That and the new Poseidra cards, the new Poseidra is busted going second. That might be a thing. I don't know. I haven't tried it yet, but like Mermail going second when no one makes Abyss Dweller sounds freaking strong. But we're gonna have to wait and see. But that's the main point. That's the thing, right? That's what you want the ban list to do. Mermail is not dead, and there is room for experimentation there. Whether it's going first or going second, and that's interesting. That's what an interesting ban list looks like, is when most of the decks here are not dead. They just require some tinkering and some testing, and that goes for Ryziel, goes for Maliss, goes for Mermail. And that's why this is awesome. And now we come to my favorite part of this ban list, which is in the limited section, and that is to an extent Bestial Druisworm, but mostly Dimension Shifter, Crossout Designator, and Triple Tactics Talents. And this is what I want to emphasize on with this discussion. The fact that these 3 cards are limited means a lot to me, and this is a thing with Yu-Gi-Oh! Banlist that you also have to realize. Like, yes, there is no Fiendsmith card on here, right? Which is, I think, in my opinion, also the one negative with this list. Even though I personally am a fan of the Fiendsmith cards, I like the grindy gameplay that they enable and stuff like that. I like the Fiendsmith engine, so it doesn't bother me personally, but I can understand that some people are upset about it, and I personally would have put a Fiendsmith card on there, whether it's Moon or Caesar or whatever. I would have put something there. The fact that they didn't do it is fine for me personally, but once again, I would have done it. But the thing you have to realize, even if because Fiendsmith is still on there, you're not going to enjoy the next few months or whatever, if that's a big deal to you, sure. These hits, the Shifter, the Crossout, and the Talents, are not just for next format. Those are forever, probably. Hopefully. I mean, maybe eventually those cards will be unhit, but like, that's something that's going to benefit us in so many formats moving forward. It's the same reason why I was so positive about the ban list where they banned Baron and Savage, or the ban list where they banned Apollousa. It's like, yeah, those ban lists weren't perfect for Snake Eye format, but in the long run, now that Snake Eyes is gone, I'm super happy they did that like over a year ago, right? I'm so happy that Baron is gone, that Savage is gone, that all that stuff has been handled. So you really gotta treasure these like generic card choices, in my opinion. And I wanna also give some context as to why I think Shifter, Crossout, and Talents are good hits, because I mean, people have been arguing in the comments of like, oh, hitting Crossout Designator was so stupid because hand trap now my deck cannot play through hand traps anymore or whatever. Counters to hand traps should exist, and so on and so forth. So I want to just talk about that for a quick second to give some context. I mean, Dimension Shifter, I'm probably going to give the least context on, because that card is just a floodgate, and I'm kind of tired of explaining why floodgates should be hit. Shifter being a basically 2-turn no graveyard hand trap is just annoying as hell to play against with so many decks. So I'm very happy that card is limited. Crossout Designator and Triple Tactics Talents are 2 cards that so hand traps are a fundamental part of modern Yu-Gi-Oh! They are a fundamental part that keeps crazy combo decks in check. And Crossout Designator and Triple Tactics Talents basically exist to just punish or counter hand traps. And that just benefits in a large fashion. It just benefits the player going first. And it just makes going second a lot harder if your opponent opens a Crossout Designator. And the thing you have to realize that I know that for some rogue decks, it is harder to play through hand traps, but ultimately what you have to look at is what these cards enable, right? These cards enable decks to perform their full combos, and that is naturally going to benefit the broken combo tier 1 Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks way more than a rogue deck. Because if your rogue deck does full combo, a lot of meta decks can still handle that. If the Mermail deck goes full combo, or whatever else combo deck goes full combo, like, they benefit way more from it than a rogue deck does. And this is why counters to hand traps are not particularly healthy. And so even though Crossout Designator and Called by the Grave are still legal, I'm very happy they're now limited. And that's also something you have to realize. Like, they're not completely gone, right? There's still 1 Crossout, 1 Called By, 1 Talents. There's still 3 Ash Blossoms to counter Mole Charmies. That's still a decent amount of cards that you can run into when players are going first. But if it has to exist, at least it's not that common. The thing with Triple Tactics Talents is that I actually like this card being at 1, and I've talked about that. I think Triple Tactics Talents is a polarizing card for me personally, because I hate that card when going first. Like, the looking at their hand, getting perfect information of what they have, either take away their only starter or take away the second hand trap and then just keep going. Like, very toxic card for going first. Going second, I find it incredibly interesting, though, is why I wanted it to be at 1, because if it's at 1, you can still play Thrust for going second, which is probably going to be more of a side deck thing, but it's cool. And I feel like that is also something that a lot of people agree on. Like, Talents going second is completely fine, and together with Thrust, you still have 4 copies, and that's great. There's a huge difference between that card being banned and that card being at 1. Because if you play 1, you can still play 4, essentially, going second, which is nice, which is where I like the card. Yeah, and so I think that is, in particular, why I like this ban list so much, is because it has those 3 cards as well, right? Like, not only did this ban list hit Ryzeal and Maliss harder than I expected it to, right? Because let's be honest, the bans, for the most part, were expected. Even anticipated, right? Like, I didn't know whether they were going to actually pull through with the Link Decoder and also hit Mermail while banning Abyss Dweller. Like, it's definitely nice to see, but to an extent, these were all talked about. These were all somewhat expected. I did not expect them to hit Ryzeal and Maliss on top of the bans this well, and I'm a big fan of that. On top of that, there's also a lot of limits here that I was asking for a long time that I think will benefit Yu-Gi-Oh! Beyond the next format, right? Like, 1 Crossout, 1 Talents, 1 Shifter is going to be good for Yu-Gi-Oh! Years from now. And that's why this is so big. That's why I'm so happy with it, even if there is something missing here. Even if Circular comes back, like, I don't even know if that really matters. I would have preferred it to stay banned, but it's something that, for the overall health of the game, I'm like super happy about these changes. Druid's Realm to 1 is something that I also like predicted / suggested in my latest ban list discussion, because I think it's just fair for Druid's Realm to be at 1. I think the card's quality is very high, and there is good replacements for Druid's Realm. Like, if people that are doom posting about Fiendsmith being in every single deck and everywhere, and by the way, YCS Houston, 0 Fiendsmith in top 4, just putting that out there, that, like, depending on how the format goes, there is a world where Fiendsmith is not in every single deck, even though it is going to be popular. The thing is, Fiendsmith as its own deck is just fine. Pure Fiendsmith is an absolutely fine deck. Fiendsmith is more of an engine in other decks. That's the problem, I think, and that's why I would have liked to see the Moon go in particular. I don't have an issue with pure Fiendsmith, but, like, Fiendsmith in, like, I don't know, Yubel, which could potentially be a deck again, is scary. So I think Moon was the perfect ban in this. Like, they hit Fiendsmith Ryzeal by limiting the amounts of Ice Ryzeals you can play. So putting Moon to 0 would have been the perfect addition to this ban list, which, if that happened, I would have called it a truly perfect ban list. I think it's still like 99.9% there. If Moon was banned, it was insane. But yeah, once again, the combination of, we got the bans that we were asking for, or I was asking for. The bans, all of them happened basically, except for Moon. We got good semi-limits to Ryzeal and Maliss. And we got very important limits for the game's overall health in the long run. Makes me think this is the best ban list I've ever witnessed. I currently cannot think of a better one. Even the one that happened like in like 2019 or whatever, the really big one. I do think this is the best one I've seen in my life. Yeah. I don't know. I let me know if you think there was a better one. but I think this is the best one I've seen. Yeah. Yeah, it's just Moon, right? It's just Moon, and then like if Moon is banned on this ban list, I don't even know if they can ever make a better one in the future. Like if like it's so close to perfection. And of course, everyone has like their one card they really wanted off the ban list, or they really wanted off the ban on the ban list. Like some people are saying, like Sanctifier is missing, Droll is missing, whatever. I think that's fair enough. But ultimately, with this one, I think it's just there's so much on it that's good that I'm not asking for more. You know, like with Droll, I don't even particularly care about Droll personally. Sanctifier, I agree with you. Sanctifier deserved to be on here, but I can understand why they didn't do it because no one was playing branded. So like Sanctifier was a card they realistically could have banned it like a year ago or two when branded was playing that card a lot. But like right now, no one really is. So I think it's fine they left Sanctifier. In regards to Bestials, like of course, Druid's Worm going to 1 is going to be a little bit of a hit to the Bestial engine, which you might think that's gonna promote more Fiendsmith. I do think there's still enough Bestials to play a very solid Bestial engine. A lot of decks were. Here's the thing. A lot of decks, I think, were doing one out of two things. Either they were playing one Druid's Worm, one Magna, for a small Bestial package, which you can still do. Or they were playing a very big Bestial package with like including Baldrake and maybe even Serenir and maybe even Lubellion Regained, which I think is fine because you can still do that, right? You still have upwards of 8 Bestials, which is a lot. And that's excluding Lubellion. You still have 8 hand trap Bestials, which is a lot of Bestials, you know? Like, and if you think Bestials are good in the format, you can still play 8 of them things. It's just that they are now slightly weaker because you're not always going to have Druid's Worm, which I think is like one of the, like in some situations, Druid's Worm was even better than Magna. When I was going second into a board, like, and I activate Lubellion, sometimes I search Druid's Worm, which is crazy. That card sometimes is just better than Magna because it has immediate board impact, right? Are 8 enough for pure Bestials? I think so. The most important ones for pure Bestial are Lubellion and Serenir, alongside Magnamood, of course. Like, but for pure Bestial, you care most about getting access to Lubellion. You don't care that much about Druid's Worm. Especially because pure Bestial has Lubellion and Magna more often because they play Lubellion, so they can search the Druid's Worm a lot more frequently. Like in pure Bestial, it's also fine. And in terms of like, if you really want more graveyard hate, there's still DD Crow. If literally everyone plays Fiendsmith, there's still Ally of Justice Cycle Reader, which is a phenomenal counter to Fiendsmith. It's a side deck card, not a main deck card like Bestials, but it's a still really, really good counter. If you Cycle Reader their Requiem and Engraver on turn 1, that's huge. Like there's ways around it. People have already done this last format. I remember, I think Ben from Raiden Trade was playing Cycle Reader at multiple tournaments, even at YCS Birmingham. I think he topped with Cycle Reader. Like that's a viable card against Fiendsmith. So there is counterplay to the engine. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I think that's enough yapping about the ban list in general. I hope I made it clear why I like it so much. And why I think the only thing that's missing from making it perfect is Moon of the Closed Heaven. Yeah. Cycle Reader is also good versus Blue Eyes. Cycle Reader is also good versus Blue Eyes. Yeah, I think Cycle Reader is a card that I would consider for the upcoming format. If there's a lot of Fiendsmith decks and Blue Eyes, then Cycle Reader is an option. DD Crow is also an option. Circular Susja. I mean, Yeah, circular is awkward. I don't know how much it matters really. I looked at the OCG and people are not playing it in Malice, even though I think technically you can. Like there is some synergy, of course, because it's ultimately cyber slop stuff. But like, I mean, I've said this before, right? Pure math mech, I don't think is going to be a thing. I said it before that I think it would be fine if circular came back. Especially in the same ban list that also banned link decoder. I don't know. I think it's just a matter of win the first round of a tournament and then you don't have to play against circular type deal. Because then you're in the 1-0 bracket, and I don't think that's where they are. Oh, it's all right. Yeah, that's how math works, right? That is how math works. You win the first round, you got one win, and then they can't play against you anymore. Circular in Malice. That's the thing. I was thinking about that. Funnily enough, one of my teammates asked me yesterday whether I think like they for some reason they thought I was the expert on cybers, but like it's like they thought I'm keeping a close eye on my enemy, but they thought like, hey, is circular a thing in Malice? And I looked at some OCG tournaments, and I just like don't see it being played anywhere, and they have it, right? The OCG has circular, and like none of the Malice lists here play it. So I'm just assuming that it's not worth all the space. Is there another Malice here? 6 Samurai, holy. No. Maybe in another tournament. Rizio. Crystron. There Malice? There's a Malice way down here. Malice. Yeah, they don't play circular. Myers, think of the 17 months. How much for a graded and signed Josh circular, only accepting serious offers? Okay, I hope you're joking. I hope you did not get me to sign a circular at a YCS and now you graded it and now you're selling it. Don't do that. Oh, yeah. No, shout outs. Actually, hold up. That reminded me of something. That did remind me of something. Hold up. Hey. Yeah. Speaking of circular limit, I've told you before, right, that because I heard circular so much, people kept being absolute comedians and sent me like circulars left and right for whenever I ordered on Cart Market, right? Whenever I ordered something on Cart Market, people would throw in a circular just because funny. And look at that graph. It's already gone down a little bit, but yesterday for a moment it was at like $5 for circular, and I'd have to go looking for them, but I have like probably 15 or 20 of them things lying around my room somewhere because people just kept sending me them over and over and over again. So that's a certified Josh Market W, a very rare one at that. A very rare one at that. So you're basically just offsetting the money I lost on 7th Ascension, because I bought 7th Ascension like 5 days before they reprinted it in Rarity Collection, or before the reprint was announced for Rarity Collection. But all the circular comedians are helping me come back from that loss. So shout outs. All right. Yeah. What can we use instead of Decoder now? I didn't manage to find any link one that's similar to Decoder. That's a you problem, dude. I'm not helping you with that. I hope there's. I hope you don't. I hope you're not successful. Keep searching though. Keep searching. You might wanna play some traditional format maybe. Jokes aside, I do think that like Maliss and maybe Cybers in general is just fine after Alliance Inside, right? Which is probably why they did this. Like the Alliance Inside support for this deck is just cracked, I think. I mean, they still play Link Decoder in this, so it's still a good hit, but the support is just there, right? They get support in Alliance Inside. That probably makes it fine for Maliss. But that is, yeah, that's a good segue, I suppose, because that is something that I want to talk about now. Is how close are we going? Yeah. Okay. I want to talk about different decks, and we're bringing back the top-down camera. That's how excited I am for TCG at the moment. We're bringing back the top-down camera with real cards because I have assembled a collection of cards I want to talk about, or decks I want to talk about rather. This is normally this has been the Charlie cam in recent weeks, but now we're talking about some different decks. I didn't want to do the standard thing of just like doing a tier list for the new format. Instead, I want to spend some time talking about and discussing the situation that new decks are in. Some of which we've already done. Let me move a little closer. Some of which we've already done, but I've just picked like a couple of cards that are indicators to what we want to talk about. We can actually even go a little closer. Charlie just entered the room and is can't come here now. Just my spot is being occupied. Anyways, the first deck I want to talk about is Mermail. And maybe we'll do it this way. Maybe we'll do losers to the left and winners to the right kind of thing with this. And with Mermail, I think it's debatable actually. I think Mermail is a deck that losing Bahamut Shark hurts, of course. Because that was in every single Mermail deck, right? And that is a big deal because 2 Omnigates and follow-up being removed from the deck is pretty good. However, Abyss Dweller was probably the biggest silver bullet in existence for a deck ever, right? And so that option being taken away from other decks is pretty big. Now, funnily enough, the Dweller ban is not only a positive for Mermail. It's like a 99% positive, but it is worth pointing out that with Bahamut Shark and Dweller both being banned, you lose two of the most viable water rank 4s that immediately detach one for effect, which is a big deal because of course Atlantean Dragoons triggers off of being detached off of water Xyz. So Mermail players right now are kind of scrambling for other rank 4 options that you can make and just detach from to get your Dragoon Search. Which, to my knowledge, from what I've heard, you can play Snow Dust Giant, which is like just a bad card, but it does detach and is a water, so you can get a Dragoon Search off of it. Or you can play like one of the Xyz Armor cards, I think, if I remember correctly. Where you can like Xyz Armor Fortress, but I think that needs to like have a target, right? You need to play like a brick for it. You need to play like Armored Shark or something, which is like not desirable, but at the worst case, you draw it, it's a water monster, right? So there's ways to circumvent it. And then there's other rank 4s that detach, but they only work if you're like going second. Like I think Silent Honor Arc detaches too, but only when you're going second and only when your opponent like has a target for it. Same with Ragna Zero. Yes, you're mentioning it. Ragna Zero is also an option. Oh, why is there no... Hold up. Oop, there you are. Had the wrong camera selected from an off-stream recording. Welcome, chat. Yeah, so Mermail, I think, is both a winner and a loser from this ban list overall. If I had to say whether, like, my personal evaluation and feeling about this is that Mermail is slightly to the side of the winners. Slightly. Simply because I think the deck is still scary when it goes first. And it is potentially, I've mentioned this earlier already, I think there is a world in which you just cut some of the bricks, like some of the Mooling Glacia, the barrier statue or whatever, and you just go second with it. I think that's possible because if there's no Dweller ever made against you, I think there's a world where that could work. I'd have to test it to see, but this deck has some pretty serious firepower going second. And that might be scary. And in general, it's like, for a combo deck that is very solid going first, also being very solid going second is a very solid, like, that's very scary. That's very scary. I don't know if you want to go blind second on purpose with it, but it is a scary thing to have a combo deck in the format that can also go second quite well. So that's why I'm thinking Mermail ultimately might be like a hidden slight winner from this ban list. Maybe it's slightly over here. I don't know exactly, but it's like it's very close with Mermail. Next up, these are in no particular order, by the way. The only thing is I've saved Maliss and Ryziel for last, but Memento is obviously something. People have pointed it out. Memento as a deck just won YCS Houston, so it was a very good deck before the ban list already, kind of like a sleeper pick that people needed to, like, you needed to be really good with Memento, but it's also a thing where Memento also benefits off of something that might decrease in the future, which is it benefits a lot from people not knowing exactly how to interact with it, which if the deck becomes meta relevant, people will learn how to play against it eventually. But that is, I think, just one factor to consider. Other factors are like, this deck is just very powerful. This deck also, with the reprints to Anguish and Bone Party in Rarity Collection 4, is not just like good, but also very budget friendly, which I think is a big deal. Because Memento, funnily enough, Fiendsmith Tract has gone up a lot because of this ban list. Memento, I think most of the time doesn't even use Fiendsmith Tract. Like if you play Fiendsmith in Memento, which the winner of the YCS didn't even do, but if you play Fiendsmith in Memento, it's usually just one engraver. Because you don't actually want to draw the Fiendsmith cards, you just want to pivot into it during your combo to be Nibiru safe. So like, you can play one engraver from Rarity Collection 4, you can get all the Memento stuff for basically dirt cheap, and the deck is also, I think, a big winner of the ban list, and so, yeah, overall, very good time to be a Memento player. Yeah. Darkblade in the UK is $8 and each Tatsuno is $6. Okay, I think that's a UK problem. I checked this morning, and Memento is looking fairly affordable. The only thing is Combined Creation has gone up a little bit, but that is a one-off, so you can probably, like, my guess is full Memento core is like $30 max, right? Yeah. Next up, Blue Eyes Primite. Obviously, this deck was not hit on the ban list at all, which I think is a very, very good decision. The deck did not warrant a hit at its current state. It's a pretty solid deck. It's a pretty fair deck. And I think it's going to represent the standard for like a good mid-range deck in the upcoming format. We've already declared the Mermail deck and the Memento deck as like winners of this ban list, which are obviously two combo decks. This deck is a pretty solid mid-range option for the upcoming format, I think. It still has some problems with bricking, but the fact that Ryziel is going to decrease a little bit, I think, is not bad for this deck, because, of course, the Primate engine is fairly weak into Detonator. So this deck, already solid beforehand, can play Dominus Purge, pretty solid deck. I think is also among the winners of this ban list. And in a pretty good spot, I would say. Next up, we have Man and his treasures and his Scorpion. Let's just use 2 for space reasons. Man, in all its different facets, is also, I think, a big winner of the ban list. This deck was, I will say, much better than I expected it to be already before the ban list. Like, the performance that this deck put up into Ryziel format, essentially, was pretty impressive, I think. And so this deck reminds me a lot of Blue Eyes in a lot of ways, where they play very similar, actually. Like, it's a solid mid-range deck that sets up a pretty solid board, isn't like completely auto win, but has pretty strong follow-up, and was also rather weak to Detonator. So I think this deck benefits off of this ban list basically to the same degree of Blue Eyes, and I think both of those decks are going to be very, very solid mid-range options, both of which have also been paired with Fiendsmith, of course, which has not been hit to a significant degree on this list. We might need some more space up here. So yeah, that's the Odeon deck. Pretty solid, I think. Next up, we have a little bit of a sleeper deck at the moment that I still wanted to give some credit to, and that is Crystron. I actually ordered a Crystron core this morning. These are the only ones I had so far, the newest ones, but I had to get some of the old cards. Personally, I think Crystron's biggest advantage in this ban list is the fact that Dweller is gone. Crystron, from what I know about it, which is a little bit limited. I haven't played it yet myself, but I've like looked into it a little bit. Crystron, very similar to Memento, is going to be very, very cheap, which is huge for Yu-Gi-Oh in general. I just want to put that out there, that the fact that like Memento and Crystron, like very solid options now with very, very low price point, is massive in my opinion. Dweller being banned is massive for this deck, and I think this deck is actually quite underrated at the moment, and with Dweller being banned, it only gets better from here on out. So we're also going to move Crystron over to the winner side of this ban list. And this is the reason why I'm not doing a tier list, is because I don't know exactly how these decks fare into each other. So I have a hard time ranking them exactly. I'm just like talking about winners and losers. I'm just noticing there's a lot of winners up in the pile here. But next up, I want to bring something up, and that's Unchained. Unchained with the second copy of Sharvara. I cannot really stress enough how big of a deal this ban list is for Unchained. Of course, Raid and Trade as a team is also known to having some very large Unchained enjoyers in Daniel and Nico, and they were already cooking. Like I joined, literally, I saw they were on a call in Discord yesterday. I joined, and the first topic was Unchained. Like I basically joined a conversation about Unchained, so I'm pretty sure they're already cooking. This deck is still very powerful in its core. Unchained was a very, very strong deck. Unchained Fiendsmith, of course, that being said. Like, the second Sharvara matters a lot for this deck, I think. Like, the third Sharvara would be nice, but the second Sharvara is huge. Like, going from 1 to 2 Sharvaras makes a big difference. And because a lot of lines, if you draw Sharvara, you want a second one. In general, having the second one matters for some lines. Dweller being banned is big. Shifter being limited is big. I think this deck, I don't know exactly how good it's going to be, but I think without a doubt, Unchained is something that you can definitely cook with again and do well with again. And it's pretty good, man. Like, the Ryziel matchup for this deck just got infinitely better because I don't think Unchained cares about Detonator. It was always the Dweller that you cared about. It was always the Dweller. And so Unchained Fiendsmith might be a deck that can even break boards with Engine in this upcoming format, depending on what kind of decks people are playing. And that's pretty big for it. Let's get a loser in here. Actually, there's not that many more. We can just go for the next ones. I did want to mention this deck real quick. I don't know how big of a deal it is for White Forest, this ban list, but not much was on here from White Forest, of course. one thing worth pointing out is that the fact that Deception of the Sinful Spoils is one of the bigger plays for the Azamina package makes it so, like, less Detonator is good for this deck. Less Dweller is all right, I suppose. This deck did care about Dweller a decent amount. I don't think this deck is on the same level as these others in terms of winning from this ban list. I'll put it slightly to the right because, like, it's definitely not a loser of the ban list. So it helps a little bit. It's fine. It's a fine ban list for White Forest. Dinkabui enjoyers rise up. Fire King, no Dweller, big deal, I think. I mean, theoretically, if this deck was already capable of winning a YCS before Dweller was banned, then surely it cannot get worse after. The one thing that makes me not put it right over here is the fact that, like, I feel like the deck after the YCS win, it has kind of fallen off, right? It was like people tried it for the weeks after, but then it didn't really convert. Like Blue Eyes, Memento, Odeon, even Crystron are all decks that were already like topping in the weeks after YCS Birmingham, right? Like all of these like are these three topped YCS Houston, Crystron topped YCS Buenos Aires. So like these decks were popular and successful in the current, not necessarily popular but successful. Fire King after Birmingham, not so much anymore. So whether the deck can live up to its hype after the Dweller ban remains to be seen. I just think if you want to play a graveyard based grindy deck, you'd probably be better off going for Unchained or Crystron because they just seem more consistent. But overall, it definitely doesn't hurt to have Dweller banned, right? So, and Shifter. Yeah. And then a deck that I'm a little sad about calling this deck a winner of this ban list, but I have to, unfortunately. This is something that people have pointed out in my comment section, is that Yubel basically goes completely untouched from this ban list. Which is true. And this is the main reason why I really wanted to see the Moon of the Closed Heaven ban, because it would have like forced decks like Yubel to actually draw the Fiendsmith cards and not just pivot it into the like within the combo. It's hard for me to say because this deck is still powerful. The end boards it can make are still crazy. It does have only one Phantom, which matters a little bit, but not that much. Fuvalos exists. And that's a big deal, right? That is a big deal. Fuvalos is an important counterpart to Yubel. But the fact that like most meta relevant decks got a hit, but Yubel didn't, does make it a winner of this ban list. And I'm scared of it a little bit. I don't know exactly if it's going to pull through. Fuvalos is a thing. This deck is still not great at going second, but it's a powerful deck that I would have liked to see a hit. Not on this ban list, because right now it didn't deserve one, right? Like, right now, Yubel was nowhere, basically. I think Patrick Hoban topped some YCSs with it, which goes to show it can still perform in the hands of a good player. But overall, it wasn't really popular, so I didn't expect a hit right now. I would have liked a hit like on the previous one where they hit Snake Eyes. I wanted a hit to Yubel as well. Or a Fiendsmith hit would have probably also handled this problem. Okay. And now, so basically, we've talked about all of the winners of this ban list. Let's talk about the two obvious losers. Let's make some room here. Make some room here and talk about Ryziel and Maliss. Okay. And most importantly, the first part of this discussion is going to be Ryziel and Maliss right now, before Alliance Insight. And then we're going to talk about what exactly is going to happen after Alliance Insight to these decks, right? So Ryziel, of course, hold up. There's two parts to Ryziel, right? There's the consistency part, and then there's the detonator to one part, which we're going to discuss separately, right? So previously to this ban list, if you were playing pure Ryziel, you had this amount of Ryziel starters before 7th Tachyon came out. But then once 7th Tachyon came out, some people were playing, you could play like an arbitrary amount. Like you could play as many as you wanted, basically, right? You could play like 6 more with 7th Tachyon if you wanted to. Out of this package, you lose this, 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 and this. 5 cards out of 12 are just gone, which is massive, right? So like you go down to 7 here, and Sword Ryziel is already not the best starter, but you lose 5 out of these 7. On top of the fact that I believe that all of these cards being semi-limited does kind of incentivize you not to play Pot of Desires anymore, which was in some decks in some Ryziel decks a very popular option. For example, the one that was second place at YCS Houston also chose to run Desires instead of 7th Tachyon. But if you look at a ratio of 2-2-2, I think that feels a little bit too risky to actually play Pot of Desires in the deck. So that technically also is a downgrade, is that you no longer have that option. At least I think it feels very risky. So I'm not sure if people are going to risk it, but I don't think you can risk banishing both of your swords or X or Ice, because the deck is very, very weak without those. Okay? The reason why, and I said this earlier already, the reason why I think those are changes that are good for the deck, is good for the game in general, is because it's not strictly a consistency hit, because this is something that you can replace. You can replace these cards very easily by just playing 7th Tachyon and 7th Ascension, right? Shoutouts to me buying 7th Ascension just before they announced the reprint, by the way. Very good decision. Common Josh, Market W. You can replace the consistency. The consistency is not the problem, right? You can just do this, and you're still up to, you gain a starter technically, right? You lose 5, you gain 6 more starters. You also have Pot of Prosperity still. It's like the consistency is not the problem here. The difference here is the quality of those cards. The quality of these cards decreases a lot, which means that drawing 7th Tachyon or drawing 7th Ascension is not the same. It means that Droll is much more impactful against your deck. It also means, for example, if you draw this combination, you only have one play. This does not play through a hand trap, right? Like compared to maybe before the ban list, this would have been Sword plus Ice, right? Sword plus Ice plays through a hand trap all the time. Whereas like these cards are not the same quality. Also, of course, these cards are -1, which is a big deal, right? So this does not make the deck lose consistency. It just makes it lose card quality, which is good. It makes Ryziel weaker. It also stops the splashability of Ryziel, I think, because if you're playing Fiendsmith Ryziel, you cannot play these cards. You don't really want to play these cards in Fiendsmith Ryziel ever. I think they don't really make sense in the deck, right? Previously in Fiendsmith Ryziel, you had like six copies of cards that would just get you to full Fiendsmith combo from the Ryziel part, and that number is just cut in half, right? That number is cut in half. Now, if you want to do a Fiendsmith combo off of Ryziel cards, there's only 3 copies in your entire deck that do that. I don't even know if people want to play Fiendsmith Ryziel anymore. Of course, you can still draw the Fiendsmith cards, but pivoting into them with Ryziel is a lot more difficult, right? And so, like, Fiendsmith Ryziel, I don't know if that's even a thing still with this few Ryziel starters. Like, the synergy is very, very small. And so that's also a massive hit that you have to realize, because Fiendsmith Ryziel cannot just replace those cards with 7th Tachyon and 7th Ascension. So that's just those hits. We haven't even talked about Detonator to 1 yet. Detonator to 1, I think, is something that Ryziel can definitely manage. This to me feels a lot like it's comparable to a Rysart to 1 that they did back in the day, where when a Rysart went to 1 initially, I also thought it was going to be way more impactful than it actually was, because ultimately the first detonator is the one that matters, right? The one they make on turn 1 is the most powerful one, but pure Ryziel as a deck is very dependent on its follow-up, right? And if the detonator gets removed and you can't recycle it because you don't have access to cross, or your cross gets removed or whatever, this pure Ryziel deck's follow-up is going to fall off huge. As well as there's outs to this card that straight up banish it forever. And you can't even recycle it from Cross. Metaltronus, for example. If you play against Ryziel and you Metaltronus the Detonator, what are they going to do on the next turn? Like, you don't even have to push through their board. You don't have to push through their hand traps necessarily. What is their follow-up? Right? They just make a duo drive and attack you, or like they use some utility rank force, maybe end on Baguska. Like, it's not auto win if you just Metaltronus the Detonator, but it's a lot harder for them to actually finish the game without Detonator at all. So I think this is a very good decision. It's a very good limit that matters for follow-up mostly, right? Like, and this is another thing with these. Of course, 2 of them means you still have 1 full rotation for follow-up a lot of the times, especially if you can get to Cross, it's not a problem. But sometimes your duo drive gets hand-trapped and you don't have 1 of them for follow-up. Oh, camera froze there for a second. Yeah, so if you don't get to Cross, you might not have follow-up. And the thing is, at the moment, before Alliance Insight, very often you actually go through 2 of 1 of them on the same turn, right? Sometimes you go Ice, Special X'd, and then later on in the turn, for extension, you still Special X'd. And then both X'd are gone. And if you don't have Cross, next turn, can't do X'd. Same with Ice. Sometimes you normal summon Ice, and then later on, because you get hand trapped, you special summon another Ice from your hand with its own effect. Same with Sword. Sometimes you go Ice, Special Sword, and then later on special another Sword. It happens. It happens sometimes. And that is a big deal if you don't get to Cross. Then you run out of them very quickly. So this deck in general has weaker follow-up and less splashability. I think one version of this deck that is still absolutely fine is Mitsurugi Ryziel. Mitsurugi Ryziel might even be considered a winner of this ban list, because Mitsurugi Ryziel cares most about X Ryziel. So like, you can still play 3 copies of X Ryziel this way, and then the deck can also play 7 Tachyon. So you have like 9 copies of X Ryziel in Mitsurugi Ryziel, and there's no Dweller, which is very good for the deck. So that might be something to look into if you want to rely less on Detonator as a win condition, and also you want to play 7 Tachyon for consistency. Mitsurugi Ryziel might be the way to go. But for pure Ryziel, immediately, this is a very, very impactful ban list, I think. Now, speaking of, hold up. Let me quickly bring something up. Alliance Insight. Let's quickly talk about the future as well, because like, this is just something. In a few weeks, we're getting Alliance Insight, right? In a few weeks, we're getting Alliance Insight, and that's going to matter a lot for Ryziel as well. Here. Alliance Insight brings 1 very important card for Ryziel that will make the deck, in my opinion, good again, the pure Ryziel deck. And that is, if I can just find it, where's Star Ryziel? Star Ryziel is this guy right here. You can special summon this card from your hand by detaching Xyz material from your monster. If summoned this way, you cannot summon except rank 4s. You can only special summon Star Ryziel once per turn. If this card is special summoned, you can set a Ryziel spell trap from your deck. This card, because it's not a starter for Ryziel, might not seem that strong. And they only play 1 copy of it. They only play 1 copy of Star Ryziel in the OCG. However, this card is very, very good for Ryziel. It is very, very good for Ryziel. Get closer. Because it does 2 things for the deck. It's a very, very good extender, and it also basically guarantees access to Ryziel Cross. This is now finally a second way how Ryziel can access their field spell, which means that all of these semi-limits, as long as you can play the game, you have your recycling, right? You have your recycling, so your follow-up is less of a problem. And for Detonator, if you want to get rid of Detonator forever, you basically have to banish it, because they will have Ryziel Cross probably. They can also kind of make up for Dweller, because you have now more powerful endboards, because you can play Plasma Hole again, because you get access to it. So the full pure Ryziel combo now is just a little bit more resilient, and has more access to Cross and access to Plasma Hole. So that's going to be, in my opinion, post Alliance Insight, that's going to be like Ryziel is going to be back. And that's still like, you still have to, but the same things I said earlier still apply, right? Like the consistency for the deck is still less, like lower quality than previously. You can't splash it into Fiendsmith. You have to play pure Yugioh. You have to play 7 Tachyon and Ascension for consistency, which makes the deck weaker into certain hand traps and just weaker in general because you lose a card. So I think Yugioh overhaul after Alliance Insight with the addition of Star Yugioh will be fine. But the ban list was still very, very impactful and very good when it comes to Yugioh. So that is that. And then next up, we have these guys, right? Maliss. Maliss, and to an extent, of course, we're going to also talk about these two in that sense. Oh, also, I mean, Abyss Dweller. I'm treating this more as a generic card off the ban list, but also it does hit Yugioh. Now, Maliss has been regarded to by a lot of people as the deck that was hit the hardest by the ban list, which I personally don't know if I feel the same way about it. But let's talk about that for a second. I think immediately before Alliance Insight, that might be correct, because right now this deck has one weakness, and that's consistency. And they took away 3 starters from the deck. And that basically makes it so you have 6 Maliss starters, which is, I don't think, enough to properly play Maliss. Of course, you can play like Gold Sarcophagus, you can play Terraforming. There's still like some amount of ways to make up for it. But yeah, Link Decoder as a ban is beautiful because it matters a lot. And makes the deck also weaker. Like, it's not just the consistency, it's also the way like this deck plays into hand traps a lot weaker now. Because you can't just make like a Link Decoder to get a free body when you're playing around like Effect Veiler and Imperm or whatever. You don't have that option anymore. And then Griffin being not an option for the endboards anymore. I think this matters the least, to be honest. It's a good ban, but the Maliss endboards can still be good enough, I think. You can also make up for the consistency with Signet Mining, which is something that people will probably be forced to do now in Maliss. But that's a good thing. It's the same thing as with Yugioh. Is you're forcing people to play a consistency card that is more susceptible, right? Like if you Signet Mining for a starter, you're weak to Ash, which is something that Maliss was not very weak to beforehand. Like Ash was not that good against Maliss. And the fact that you can now Ash Signet Mining is big, right? And the fact that they have to discard to get going is also big. That's a big deal. So that's nice, right? They can make up for the consistency with Signet Mining, but that's not the same quality, right? So you're not making the deck less consistent, you're making it worse, and that's good. Link Decoder ban is massive. The reason why I think hitting Maliss hard on this ban list was a good decision, and that is completely without bias, by the way, because you know I don't like Maliss, but the reason why it was a good decision is because that deck gets crazy support in Alliance Insight, way better than what Yugioh is getting. Yugioh is getting a one-off card in Star Yugioh, and that's all. And you might think, oh, but like Maliss also just only gets 1 or 2 good cards because like they get the new main deck monster, which is usually like a 2 of maybe, which is like, where is it? Maliss March Hare, which is like an extender as well, so it helps you play if you get hand trapped. It's another Maliss name, which is good. So that's huge for the deck. The names you lose, you can make up for it with March Hare. It's not a starter itself, but it is a very good extender. But also, they get the new Adignister support. Backup Adignister. If you control a Cybers monster special from the extra deck, special summon this card from your hand. If this card's normal or special, you can add a Dark Cybers from your deck to your hand. Then discard 1 card. You can only use each effect once per turn. This is a massive deal. Looking at Maliss here in the OCG right now, right? They do play 3 White Rabbit, 3 Dormouse, and 3 Underground, but they also get the new March Hare. They get the new Adignister package with 3 backup and 1 of this guy. I don't know what it's called. They get the new spell card. They get new extra deck endboard pieces. Like you can replace Griffin no problem with the new access code, which is also a very, very good endboard piece, I'm pretty sure. It's the cover card of the set. If this card is link summoned, you can activate this effect. You cannot special summon other monsters for the rest of this turn. Also, special summon as many Cybers monsters with 2300 attack from your graveyard as possible to your zones this card points to. This gains 500 for each. When your opponent activates a card or effect, You contribute a link monster this card points to, negate the activation, and if you do, banish that card. It's just, they basically get an Omni negate for their end board instead of the Griffin that they can end on. And it just becomes like, it just turns more into like Cyber Slop, right? Like the backup Adignister is also a tuner, so you can search it with Cyber's Wicket. But like Maliss post Alliance Insight, even with losing the Link Decoder and losing the consistency cards, I think is absolutely a threat to be reckoned with, and they're completely fine. Like the deck is gonna be fine, I think, after Alliance Insight, which makes me appreciate these hits even more, because they're preemptively weakening a deck that might otherwise be an absolute like threat. Like that deck would have been a problem with all those cards, I think. So I think very healthy hits to Maliss in that regard. Which leaves Fiendsmith at the end of the ban list, of course, which is the one that's missing. So obviously Fiendsmith is a winner of this list, quote unquote. Now, the Fiendsmith engine, I suppose, is something that you have to just like it's going to be around for the next format. Funnily enough, the role of the expensive card has been switched. Engraver, because it's reprinted in Rarity Collection 4, I'm pretty sure Engraver is going to be very affordable. I don't know exactly how expensive it's going to be, probably a couple bucks. But the expensive one is now tracked because unfortunately they did not reprint this one, which is annoying. Also, Lacrima has been going up. But the Fiendsmith, like the thing about this deck is like, or these cards is, I look at these cards in two ways. On the one hand, we have the pure Fiendsmith deck, which like absolutely fine in my opinion. Like pure Fiendsmith, I always liked that deck a lot. I thought pure Fiendsmith was cool. So that deck I'm absolutely fine with. No problem at all. Fiendsmith as an engine, I would have liked to see a hit to it because it will make some of these decks a lot stronger. Like, for example, I think Ryziel is not going to play Fiendsmith anymore. Maliss can play Fiendsmith and might play it. But like, most importantly, it's going to benefit like a lot of these other like combo decks. Like you've got Yubel over here that's going to use Fiendsmith. You got White Forest that's going to use Fiendsmith. Unchained is going to use Fiendsmith. I don't know if Crystron can use it, but like the Odeon decks can use it. Blue Eyes can use it. Memento can use it. So like a lot of decks out here that you're probably going to play Fiendsmith in. Which, to be fair, even before the ban list, not everyone was playing Fiendsmith in these decks, right? The Memento deck that won the YCS did not play Fiendsmith. In Blue Eyes, a lot of decks did not play Fiendsmith. Odeon, there was multiple versions of the deck. So like, I'm pretty sure for Yubel, always going to play it. Of course, White Forest, often going to play it. Unchained, always going to play it. But like, for the most part, this is something where I would have liked to see the splashability go down a little bit by hitting Closed Moon. But I genuinely, personally don't hate the Fiendsmith cards. I think they're fun. The gameplay behind them is fine. I don't like when they make combo decks unnecessarily powerful, which they do in the case of Yubel, for example. Whether that's going to be a problem remains to be seen. But yeah, I think that's going to be... It's going to be a popular engine. I mean, there's no way around it. They're very powerful cards. I personally like them, so I don't mind that too much, but that's what the position they're in. Pure Fiendsmith might also just be a deck. Right, like depending on what the format is, Pure Fiendsmith is probably a very adaptable deck. Like you can play a lot. You have a lot of non-engine space in Fiendsmith variations, so it's probably going to be part of the meta. But if the meta, like that's the thing, at the moment it's hard for me to evaluate. We've talked about so many different decks today, and most of them I declared a winner of the ban list. So the format might just be very wide in the beginning, and it might just be very like diverse. And that's something that Fiendsmith, I think, pure Fiendsmith decks have a hard time dealing with, because when you're playing a deck that has so much non-engine, you got to play the right non-engine for the format. And that's like, let's say you played the same deck that we played for YCS Bologna last year. You play like a lot of hand traps, and then if they're not good against a lot of decks in the format, that's going to be a problem. But yeah, pure Fiendsmith, like Fiendsmith Bestial and Fiendsmith Musketeer, Fiendsmith that sort of stuff is going to be very good, I think. But yeah. Hand traps don't feel like the way. That's a thing, yeah. But like the thing is, even the Fiendsmith deck could play other tech cards as well. They're not forced to play hand traps technically. But yeah, that's how I feel like about the upcoming format. There's some other sleeper decks like I think Centurion and Voiceless Voice would benefit a lot from Detonator being out of the format. Whether that makes them good enough or not remains to be seen. But like you can maybe try again. That's cool. Chimera, same thing. Like Chimera not having to worry about Dweller anymore is also a pretty good deal, a pretty big deal. Dragon Link, you can definitely mess around with again. I don't know if it's good enough, but you can. They're all like, there's so many winners of this ban list, really. Like, there's like only really two big losers, right? It's only really Maliss and Ryziel that lost from this ban list. Almost everything else gained. And I think that's basically exactly what we wanted, right? In terms of, like, you look at all the deck breakdowns and all the coverage, everyone was like, yeah, I've had enough of all this Maliss and all this Ryziel. And, like, those were definitely the big losers of this ban list, right? And even those decks will be fine after Alliance Insight. So, I don't know. The more I think about this ban list, the more I talk about this ban list, the more I like it. It's hype. It's hype. It's not something that I'm used to when it comes to ban lists. You know, so there's usually some major flaws with ban lists, and you could argue that Moon not being on this one is the major flaw with this one. But compared to previous ban lists, I think it's a banger. How would you say is Mitsurugi Reinzeal? We've talked about Mitsurugi, right? I think Mitsurugi is fine. I think Mitsurugi is quite solid. You did not mention that the Shark deck is completely killed. Yeah, Sharks went from tier 5 to tier 5.5. Massive news. Just in time. We finished just in time. You think Charlie is a winner of this ban list? Can we do this for the rest of the stream? Okay. Do you think surfacing Big Jaws and Ryziel will still be good? I think so, yeah. I think surfacing Big Jaw is still the way to go, especially because now you're like everyone is going to play the 7th Tachyon, right? Do you play video games or just Master Duel? It's funny you asked today. I played my first game of League of Legends yesterday because Ben and Maxi wanted to play with me, but not much, I would say. I'm sorry to hear that. New Master Rule pack was announced in game. Yeah, we're also going to talk about that in a second. Yeah, I don't have a game that I play regularly outside of Yu-Gi-Oh. It's just like every once in a while I'll play like something, you know, I'll play like a new Zelda game or whatever. Oh yeah, when new Pokemon games come out, I tend to play them. Do you think Brilliant Fusion will be played anyway? We can do a little talk about like the cards that have come back individually. Hold up. Let me no, Charlie Cam gone. Yeah, I'll add it. Hold up. I'll add it. Don't worry. Don't worry. Saved. Is the new Gem Knight support based or cringe, like gameplay fun-wise? I don't actually know. What I remember for the new Gem Knight support was that there was like one card there that there's basically printed on it, please don't use this for FTKing. Which I thought was funny, because it says like your opponent doesn't take damage for the rest of the turn or something. I forgot what exactly it was, but like it is funny. So I think the new support is fine. Half damage, okay. So what you're saying is it's technically still possible. Technically still possible. Okay, let's actually talk about the cards that came back. Okay. Masterpiece, the True Draco Slaying King, I think has a very small chance of seeing play. Just based off of experience in other like formats like Master Duel, where even though of course the games are not completely comparable, Master Duel and TCG, I don't think the impact of Masterpiece will change, which was basically 0 in Master Duel, which does mean the card should have come back, right? Like if it does nothing, then it probably should have come off the ban list. So I'm not too worried about Masterpiece. And it's also just a matter of Masterpiece was like this huge problem card back in the day, 8 years ago at this point, where it was actually hard to out a Masterpiece in 2017. These days, I think outing a Masterpiece is just not that big of a problem anymore. And that just means it's fine. Because even if Masterpiece becomes a thing, I don't think it's going to be a huge deal. I think if anything, people would be mad at the floodgates in True Draco and not the Masterpiece, right? Like I think you're going to lose way more games against Monarchs Erupt or Rivalry or Gozen or whatever in that deck than you would ever lose to Masterpiece nowadays. So that's the thing with that card, right? Mathmech Circular, as much as I hate it, I think it's probably fine, but I do think it's the most likely card to see play out of those cards that are unbanned here. I wouldn't call it highly playable. I wouldn't go that far, especially with the Link Decoder ban at the same time. I think like pure Mathmech has it rough. Popularity of Bestials, popularity of like DD Crow because of Fiendsmith or whatever, if Bestials aren't enough, is not going to really help Mathmech. I think another card that people are going to play is probably, like, I mean, it's going to see some side deck play, I think, is Ally of Justice Cycle Reader to counter Fiendsmith if you're not happy with, like, enough Bestials. And that's going to be bad for Mathmech too. So, yeah, it can technically be used in Maliss, but all I can say to that is that I've seen 0 people do that in the OCG. Yeah. You can 7th Tachyon for Circular and Ryzeal as a rank 4 card that also combos without being a normal summon, alternative to Big Jaws. So explain that to me, because you 7th Tachyon for Circular, you activate Circular, what do you send? Because you can't send Sigma, because Sigma locks you into links. How is it a 1-card rank 4? Nabla? If you send Nabla, you don't have combo. So I just don't think that makes sense. Nabla does not do anything if you send it for Circular immediately. You need another level 4 to make like a thingy. So at that point, it's just worse. It's just strictly worse surfacing Big Jaws, right? Like absolutely strictly worse surfacing Big Jaws. You can use Ryzeal to go into Mathmech. Sure, you can use the Ryzeal cards to make not Lablation, Alimbertion and search your Circular. But is that worth it? Because then, sure, you can maybe set up a Super Factorial, but that feels like you're throwing so many bricks in your deck when you could also just be making Duo Drive and Detonator and maybe Baguska or whatever, which is just better. The builds I've seen play 1 Circular, 1 Nabla, 1 Diameter, 1 Super. See, that's so bad. Even Charlie's leaving. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be a thing, guys. I don't think that's gonna be a thing. Yeah. I think Brilliant Fusion to 1 only matters for Gem Knights, because I think Gem Knight can search it. At least I'm pretty sure it can. Like, every other deck will just not play Brilliant Fusion because that's a terrible deal you're getting, right? You get one good draw in Brilliant Fusion. You get some terrible draws in whatever Gem Knight you're playing, probably Garnet, and you have to use extra deck spaces for it. I don't think it's going to be worth it. I don't think it's going to be worth it. I don't think anyone is going to play don't think anyone is going to play Brilliant Fusion outside of Gem Knights, which is probably not going to be a thing. Gem Knights. What about Runic Fiendsmith? I mean, I think the reason why Runic isn't, like, Runic combo decks aren't that relevant at the moment hasn't really changed. Like, yeah, no, I think Runic isn't really going to be a thing immediately. You think the Onomat starters can be great for? I don't think Ryzeal has a problem with starters. I don't think Ryzeal has a problem with starters because you're just gonna play 7th Tachyon and 7th Ascension with surfacing Big Jaws. Like, that is very much good enough in terms of consistency and extension. Like, the deck has no problem with that. I think it's more about, like, the competition staying at the same level or getting stronger, while Ryzeal just loses card quality, and Detonator and Dweller. Like, Dweller is a big reason why the matchup against, like, Mermail was even playable to begin with. Like, without Dweller, I don't even know if Ryzeal can do anything to oppose a good Mermail hand, as an example. Like, they just, every deck, and we've talked about this a lot, Detonator is a really good endboard piece, but a lot of decks are not weak to Detonator. But those decks are usually weak to Dweller, because the way you're not weak to Detonator is by playing a deck that has a lot of graveyard effects, because those typically don't care about getting popped. Like Unchained cards or like Mermail cards or whatever, like those are not weak into Detonator because they're graveyard effects. And Dweller being gone makes it so that all of those matchups that are not weak to Detonator, now they just obliterate Ryzeal. Like, the Ryzeal endboard is just not going to be good enough, because Ryzeal is basically only pops, right? Like, also, if you say like, oh, the Ryzeal endboard is not strong enough anymore, let me add the trap card back in, the trap card also pops, right? And so, like, those matchups are basically flipped completely now, because previously you had Dweller Silver Bullet that was so bad that Mermail even played Xyz Encore for it. And that matchup is going to be rough now, because you just can't make the Dweller anymore. Ryzeal is still good with the Toy Box engine? Toy Box engine in Ryzeal? I don't know about that one. But like, all the things I'm saying, like, I'm not even saying Ryzeal is bad, right? Ryzeal is fine, I think. Especially after Alliance Insight. Right now, I think I wouldn't play pure Ryzeal. Like, yeah. Right now, I probably wouldn't play pure Ryzeal. I don't even know. Right now, if I was going to go to a tournament this weekend, I probably would. I'd probably play, like, I'd be most intrigued to play around with one of the, like, combo-y decks that would have been very bad into Dweller or something, like Unchained maybe, or like I'm genuinely interested in like going second Mermail type decks. Memento seems very fun too. Yeah. Crystron is also something. I ordered the Crystron cards this morning. I ordered myself some Crystron cards this morning that I was missing because I want to try that deck now that Dweller's gone. So that's like the kind of decks that I'm immediately interested in, like Crystron, Unchained, Mermail, and Memento are like the decks that I'm immediately interested in. I think Odeon and Blue Eyes and like Pure Fiendsmith are also very tempting mid-range options, which is cool to see that those exist, right? So that's kind of like my favorites at the moment. Yeah, I know it's a lot of decks, but I think that's a good thing. I think it's a good thing that after a ban list, you're just interested in trying a lot of stuff. But like immediately my instinct before Alliance Insight is play one of those decks. Which I'll probably make my way to locals next week. And play one of those. And then of course, when is Alliance Insight? Exactly. I know the sneaks are like this month. Alliance Insight. Alliance Insight. Release date May 1st. So that is in, yeah, that's just 3 weeks, you know, like the I think the sneak previews are like in 2.5 weeks, and then in 3 weeks it's release. Playing Tachyon at locals today? Yeah, Tachyon probably, I mean, it doesn't hurt. This ban list does not hurt Tachyon, I think, but like, freaking, when I played that deck, it just made me not want to play it again. It's probably not that bad. I just had a bad day with it, but I just like it just did not make me want to play it again. Will you increase the number of hand traps now? Crossout and talent at 1 aren't talked enough. I feel like everyone is talking about talents and crossout at 1, but the thing you have to realize, or the thing that you might not understand, is the fact that like crossout and talents at 1 reduces the amount of hand traps you have to play. Have you thought about that? Like, people play hand traps to stop combos from happening that are too crazy. And if your opponent has more access to cross out, on average, you need to draw more hand traps. That's why people are like, I think talents and cross out are so misinterpreted by so many people. I think people that defend cross out and called by, I have less understanding for these people than for people that defend floodgates. Genuinely. Because for floodgates, it's like, I feel like everyone knows how floodgates work, and like, some people just like it, and most people hate it, but some people are like, I think that's fun. Lock my opponent out of the game. I think for cross out and called by, I think the problem is that a lot of people don't really understand how they work. I don't really think people understand what they do to the game, you know, like like why hand traps are important to exist and why they need to resolve a lot of the time. Called by is low-key worse than crossout at this point. Still don't like the card. I think you have a little bit of a point there, because like, people are playing crossout a lot at the moment, and like, not everyone is playing called by, because called by has, of course, like, weaknesses as well, because it cannot hit imperm, it cannot hit Nibiru. And if you draw the same card, then like, you can't use it yourself in the next turn. So in some situations, it's just a matter of like, it's pros and cons for both of them, right? Like, crossout is way more powerful going first, I think, because it covers all the hand traps that you play, and it also covers like mirror matches like crazy, right? Like, you set crossout and you're like, okay, well, a crossout, you are Ice Ryziel, you whatever. And then called by is like more generically good, right? Like, called by, if you draw called by going second against certain decks, it feels a lot better, because you can stop, like, I don't know, it was big in Azamina format or Fire King, right? Like, against Garunix, Promethean Princess, Azamina, Omni Negate, like the cross out, called by is the more versatile. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, I think cross out is better at the core thing that the card is trying to do, which is negate hand traps. Cross out is the best one for that. Called by the Grave is the better card in general, because it also has more other applications. But they both are like toxic in their own way, which is why I think they definitely deserve to be both at one. Or, I mean, I personally would have banned them, but I understand they don't do that. I think hand traps with one of effects like Valor, Ash, Imperm are fine. Lingering effects are not acceptable, like Droll and Shifter. To an extent, I agree. Like, I definitely think Valor, Ash, Imperm are absolutely fine. Like Ghost Ogre, Bell, whatever. Those cards are just fine and necessary and good for the game at this point. Droll and Shifter are definitely more problematic. I do feel like most decks these days, though, are fine into Droll, except for the really degenerate ones. Like, even Ryziel Fiendsmith, which is the deck that most people, like, people are playing Droll at the moment because of Ryziel Fiendsmith. Even Ryziel Fiendsmith is not that bad into Droll. And like, Droll is just fine against most decks. It's good against Ryziel Fiendsmith, but it doesn't kill the deck. The decks that die to Droll is like the really, really outrageous stuff, you know? And so I personally have made my peace with Droll. Droll does have that's true, Jordan. Getting Drolled when they have a board is more annoying for sure. Like, Droll is one of those. It's kind of like when they make a board and then Droll you, then it's like annoying because then you just can't do much. So yeah. I mean, I don't love Droll. It's just that I've made my peace with it, basically. Like, I've like accepted Droll. which is something that I could never do with Shifter. Like, I would never accept Shifter. Like, there would never be a banlist discussion where I wouldn't mention Shifter if they didn't hit it on this one. Like, I would never stop arguing about Shifter. Droll is the one that I was just like, you know what, whatever, I can live with it. Even though I'm not a fan of it, but like, yeah. The Shifter hit is nice. So yeah. Droll still has theoretical counterplay, but Shifter has 0 counterplay. I mean, that's also not true, right? Like the counterplay to both of those cards is basically just play a deck that doesn't completely rely on that thing that they're stopping and just make a somewhat half board under it. The problem is that the graveyard is even more important than searching. So having a plan B under Shifter is much harder than having a plan B under Droll. Like, for some decks, it's not possible to do something under Droll, but most decks can do something. Like, you look at Ryzeal and it's like, yeah, you can't do your duo drive thingy, but you can still make the detonator. But like with Shifter, for most decks, it's just like, well, I just can't do anything. Right? Funnily enough, for Ryzeal, it's actually like, I think Droll is the one that hurts more. But no. Opinion on Fuvalos for the next format? Funnily enough, with I think Fuva is still gonna be good, of course. I don't know if it's gonna be a main deck staple, but it's gonna be popular. I think it's still very good, but there's like some decks in the format that can maneuver around it quite well, when there's others that really suffer into it. Like, for example, I think because Fiendsmith Engine is going to be still popular, I think Fuva is going to be a big deal for that alone. But like, then there's like Memento, which can probably combo fine under Fuva. Fuva is not bad against Memento, but it's also not insane. Versus Mermail, now that they don't play Bahamut Shark and Toad anymore, there might be some lines under Fuva. Like, you might still be able to do something under Fuva, but like, it's probably still good. Then Yubel, like basically the entire combo section of the meta. Like, if you look at Mermail, you look at Yubel, you look at potential, what's it called? What's the word? Unchained, maybe. Like, Fuva is going to be very strong into those decks. So people are still going to play it, because even the more mid-rangey stuff, Fuva is going to be good against, right? Like Blue Eyes or Odeon, Fiendsmith, or whatever. Like, those decks maybe don't warrant main decking Fuva, but you're at the very minimum going to side it, right? So Fuva is fine. I think Droll is also still going to be a good card and played card for sure. Would you want to experiment with the Fiendsmith Chimera deck? Fiendsmith Chimera seems pretty strong too, yeah. It's actually not something I've mentioned today much, but Fiendsmith Chimera also seems fine, especially because that deck benefits a lot from Duke of Demise, right? I've heard that Duke of Demise is a pretty big deal in Chimera. So I think it's exciting, because a lot of decks are just worth trying out. Like, basically, everyone who felt like their rogue deck or tier 2 deck was just slightly under Ryzeal and Maliss has a pretty good chance at competing with it right now, which I think is cool. Is Maliss dead? No. I mean, right now, for the next 3 weeks, I don't expect much Maliss performance, to be honest. Past Alliance Insight, it's going to be very well alive. Can Salad make a comeback? Salamangreat is just like, Salamangreat suffers from the problem that it's a mid-range deck in terms of its game plan, but it has the same weaknesses as combo decks, like Fuva and Nibiru are a big problem. But like, technically it's not terrible. Pax Malice Bestial Fiendsmith deck is basically unchanged. So it played 2 Dormouse and 2 White Rabbit and 2 Underground. I kind of doubt that, to be honest with you. I kind of doubt that. It played 1 rabbit? Really? 1 rabbit, 3 mouse? Oh, that's basic. That's basically... Is there a profile for that? Or is it just a list somewhere? We could take a look at that one. Because that might be the way you play... The way you play Maliss now. Hold up, let me see. Is it the new way to play Maliss?
After
this one? The new way to play Maliss. Okay, sure, let's see it. Let's see it. Why not? Let's look at what Maliss is looking like potentially. I mean, the new way to play Maliss 2 weeks ago was before the ban list, of course, but I'm being told this deck is very much in line with the new changes already. Just happens to be.
Hey, what's up guys, it's Pac here, and I wanted to showcase my top 8 YSIS El Salvador deck list. This is a deck list that Sam, Steven, and myself played, and we're really proud of our accomplishment. If you guys know, my first YSIS ever was 5 years ago with Sam and Steven, so to be able to 5 years later top a YSIS with them again, it means a lot to me. We obviously did not win, but I'm sure that, you know, if we team up again in the future, that can definitely be a possibility. Yes. But so huge shout outs to Sam and Nesh. They were like the main people who really like worked with me on the Maliss Schmidt deck, which is the deck that I'm gonna be profiling today.
You actually didn't believe in it before.
I didn't originally believe in the idea, but I'm a very open-minded guy. Like, I'm down to try everything. You know, if there's a rogue deck in it, I'll play. Like, I was playtesting Odeons, for example, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm always down to try different things, different variations, and I was kind of convinced on the deck after...
Yeah, the video has mono audio, right? My, or like, whatever it's called, it has more audio on the right. My OBS is showing that too. I don't know why.
Nesh
yeah, after Nesh kind of like told me about the idea, but it was mainly like the concept that I saw Christian Urena. He kind of went undefeated with Bistille Smith in, I believe, YCS Birmingham. He went 12-0. And so we were thinking like, wait, if Bistille Smith can...
That deck, by the way, is, I mean, basically untouched, right? You lose 2 Druid Swarms, but you can make up for it with like another Baldrake and a Serenir or something. This deck is potentially an option depending on how well hand traps match up into the next format.
ICS Birmingham, he went 12-0. And so we were thinking like, wait, if Bistille Smith can go undefeated and it's good enough to win, maybe we play Bistille Smith, but we add a Maliss engine to it to kind of like make it a little bit more explosive, right?
Yes.
And
I like that idea basically. It's not like a Maliss deck per se, because if you don't draw the Maliss cards, you're basically just playing Fiendsmith control. But you do slam some pretty big like normal summon like plays into the deck basically, right? Which is basically what the deck was doing with the Tenpai cards, right? Like there was this Tenpai Bestial Fiendsmith where it was like, well, Fiendsmith cards technically don't really need the normal summon, so we can just play something that makes good use of the normal summon. So we're playing Tenpai. This seems like it's just the same thing, but with Maliss.
And I think that's kind of like what kind of hit it for me, where I was like, oh wait, hold up. This is basically a Maliss deck with a backup plan in the form of Bistille Fiendsmith. And the deck was super insane because a lot of people didn't expect that. So, for example, they would side Lance into me, but then I just beat them with just Fiendsmith cards. Or they would side, you know, a lot of Bistiles, but I opened only Maliss engine. So it's a very hard deck to like hand trap and interact with just for that reason alone.
Yeah.
But if you guys are interested in learning how to play the deck, learn a little bit more about it, Nesh, Sam, and I, we conjured up a spreadsheet for you guys where we showcase a lot of the combos. Like you'll see, for example, I don't play TB11. You know, originally I said don't play Dotscaper. Now I'm saying don't play TB11. And we were able to top a YSIS without it in our deck just to prove it to you all that. You know,
yeah, guys, I like this trend. Just take more and more Maliss cards out of your decks, by the way. I definitely approve of this message. I feel like we should maybe even take it a step further, you know, just like take out White Rabbit, take out Dormouse, take out Chessy Cat, take out Maliss and Underground. I think this is a great concept. I can get behind it. Just do more of it, you know, just be a step ahead of your competition.
You know, it's not capped. Like, this is actually like living proof. So we'll have that in the description box for you guys below, so you guys can also learn the combos. And if you really want to get like an in-depth, really like line by line behind the scenes of how this deck was built, how to play the deck, then you can also get our masterclass as well.
Guys, this deck is no joke. It literally, we solved the problem with Lancia and Chaos Hunter. Chaos Hunter doesn't even work against us because Engraver just sends Chaos Hunter to the graveyard. It doesn't matter, you know what I'm saying? Lancia doesn't hurt us because once they Lancia you, if you're playing against a Fiendsmith deck, they turn off their own Paradise, they turn off their own SPs, and you're just playing straight Fiendsmith. This deck is just so powerful. It's just so insane.
Sometimes we like use our Maliss cards to bait our opponent's Lancia and then use Fiendsmith so that they can't Bestial us. Yeah, eh? Training arc right now. You see it? It was, guys, back here again. And before we continue,
can I see the cards?
And play. Let's get into the profile. 3 Dormouse, 1 Chessy Cat, 1 Rye Rabbit. We don't play more of these because they are.
So, by the way, just to finish on that thought, right? The idea to add some good normal summons into the Bestial Fiendsmith deck is a good idea, I think. My only concern with this is that I don't think you're not adding strictly only good draws to it, right? Because some of these cards will not work the same way as others. Like when you draw a hand that's like hand traps and Bestials and a Fiendsmith, and then there's a Chessy Cat, it's not the exact same thing as like drawing Dormouse or White Rabbit. Or one of the trap cards is like the worst case scenario, right? Like if you play, they said there's no TB11, but if you just draw a GWC without any Maliss cards otherwise, then that's not going to be a great draw. So it does come with a little bit of a downside, you know.
Not really good starters by themselves, and so instead of looking at this deck as a 1-card combo type of deck,
White Rabbit is a brick in this deck. I don't think it's a brick, right? Because you still, I mean, without TB11, it's not full combo, but it still like does something for you. But because it baits hand traps and stuff like that, it gives you a body plus follow-up and something to make Fiendsmith plays with, so it's not the worst. But I see what you're saying. If we don't play TB11, the 1 White Rabbit is not full combo.
Basically try to like play
without any extender.
Really good Maliss cards, and then these are just there for like the utility. The other issue with the Maliss deck was that there was too many normal summons in the deck. Like we literally had too much. So we wanted to mitigate that issue by cutting the normal summons down and then playing the maximum amount of extenders, which is the 4 Undergrounds with Terraforming and then the 1 Gold Sarcophagus. One thing you need to understand and know is that in the Bestial Maliss approach, if you activate like Underground and you summon Dormouse and it gets stopped, it's a lot worse for you because it's very hard to extend from that position, right? But with any field spell and Engraver, you can end on the God board because the Fiendsmith card gives you 2 bodies plus the extra body from the Underground, allows you to establish 3 bodies, allowing you to do like the best combo in the Maliss deck, which is the goal of the deck, which is aiming to look for 3 bodies, right, to get to the Link 3s. In the Fiendsmith version of the deck, the extenders, the field spells are actually a lot better than the hard names, which is something that we realized. That's why these cards are maxed out. And then for the engine requirement, no TB11, just GWC and MTP. That's it. We don't want to play TB11 because it's basically a brick. When you're going second, whenever you draw any of your traps, it's really bad and you're playing down a card. So we want to mitigate as much as possible and playing only the necessary engine requirements for the grind game. So our version of the deck beats all the Fiendsmith versions because we have White Binder, which outgrinds all Fiendsmith cards. And then the MTP and the Maliss cards are just really strong because it forces your opponents to interact early with the Maliss cards, but the Fiendsmith cards generate so much body and they're very hard to interact with. I think we only need 2 of these. You don't need more. At some point, we almost didn't even play MTP and only just GWC because GWC gives you like the infinity grind game pretty much. But that's pretty much it for the Maliss engine. You can see quite small, but this is still a Maliss deck. Like Maliss cards are like the most in our deck, but we just have a backup plan in case.
Yeah, this is, I think, if you compare this directly to other variations of Fiendsmith Bestial, right? Obviously, the pure Fiendsmith Bestial is the one with the most room for non-engine, because that only plays like 3 normal summons in Lacrima. But the this one is like, compared to the Tenpai package, this deck is going to have less non-engine in exchange for a more explosive combo. So basically with Fiendsmith, it's up to you as the deck builder and player in this case, like how much you want to go, like ceiling or non-engine or consistency. Like you can basically adjust it to your liking, right? Like you can play like slightly more explosive version with the Tenpai cards with some more plays into seals and stuff, or you can just play pure Fiendsmith with the like best like the largest amount of non-engine and also like the best grind game in that regard. Or you can play this, which is like probably like one of the more explosive Fiendsmith decks. So it's quite adjustable.
We don't have access to them.
And what's crazy is that like post side too, like we're playing very minimal.
And yes, with the new ban list, this deck loses 1 copy of Dormouse and 1 copy of the field spell, which initially I thought maybe you can just replace that by playing the second White Rabbit, but now that I've heard the concept of the deck, I don't actually think this deck wants to play 2 White Rabbit. So still, you're losing 2 of your best starters here still. So I wouldn't say that this goes untouched, right? Like if you look at all these cards on the screen right now, you've got like Goldsark, Terraforming, Malice and Underground, and Dormouse are your good starters, which is why you're maxing out of on them, which is 8, which the number will go down to 6, which is not great. Like 6 to you're losing 25% of your starters basically. And all the other ones were already 1-0s because you don't want to draw them, right? Like the Chessy Cat, the White Rabbit, and the 2 trap cards. So going higher on those will not replace the quality of the other cards. And also you lose the Link Decoder.
Like we're taking out
so I'm not sure if this is the way to play Malice going forward. Like still, I think the same stuff that applies to the pure Malice deck applies to this kind of strategy.
Taking out the terraformings, and we're just keeping like a very small Malice.
So it's not dead, but it's like
we're also cutting that as well. Only 8 Malice cards in the deck, and then pull side you have so many hand traps, and then whenever they Lancia you, they just look stupid.
We actually never lost when we got Lancia, literally. Never. I remember in top 16, I literally got double Lancia back-to-back turns, and I still beat my opponent because my opponent Lancias me in draw phase. I look at my hand, saw Fiendsmith cards, I'm like, great. And I just beat with them with just Fiendsmith cards and hand traps, which is the beauty of it.
Guys, I remember Lancia is not one-sided, so once they Lancia you, they cannot Bistio your engravers.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
So that's what's really important.
I once Lancia'd and then I couldn't use my drill beam.
Yeah. Now for the Fiendsmith cards, we play triple Engraver, obviously the best because Engraver allows you to play around Nib the most optimally, and then we'll play 2 track.
This needs to be a 3.
We really do want to play 3 of this, and I think that in future lists we're probably going to add a 3rd copy in because you just want to see this engine. It's so broken. If you don't have to access it through Moon, you save 2 bodies.
Yeah.
So you save an extra bodies. If you could just hard draw this, it's so good. 1 Lacrima and 1 Larry. As you can see, we have 7 normal summons in the deck. We wanted to make sure that we just had less normal summons as well because we added these 2 normal summons.
This is a psyop against Lancia. No, I do feel that is true. I've been in the same position where I've played against Fiendsmith Malice beforehand, and there were definitely games where I would Lancia and they would beat me with Fiendsmith combos. That happened. Like that's a thing, right? That is one of the advantages of this version. I wouldn't say it's completely immune to Lancia because sometimes you don't have your Fiendsmith cards. Like they're showing them here. It's not that many, right? Like if you normal summon a Malice card, you can't use Lure, you can't use Lacrima as your normal summon. You have to draw one of these 5. If you don't have one of these 5, Lancia will still end your turn with this deck. Like it's there. I think it's a little bit exaggerated, but it does help fixing the problem a little bit.
To our deck, we just wanted to make sure that they don't kind of like conflict. Also, you have to keep in mind because we have like Gold Sarcophagus, the field spells. If you open any of these Malice extenders with like hard draw Lacrima, hard draw Lurie, it's really broken because these cards generate 3 bodies, or 2 bodies, and then with the field spell you have the last bodies.
Yes, and remember guys, being able to make Gazare while Sequence on the field without using normal summon. If your normal summon gets stopped, you can use a normal summon and Sequence to make White Binder or Red Ransom to continue combo your play. On top of that,
I already sent you the base deck on 24th of February on Discord. No, I looked at the thing you sent me. The link you just sent me, I've already seen it because you send it to me on Discord. Yeah, I know that this concept was out there already. They called it the Malice bait deck. Even Joshua Schmidt likes. So yeah, I've watched this one previously. It just wasn't on stream because when it was sent to me, I just wasn't live. I just checked it out. So yeah, I've seen it. But yeah, this basically, if I remember correctly, this was like the same idea. I don't know how close the list is to this list. But this list was already, this idea was already out there like a month ago.
Insulating your board from cards like Imperms and stuff like that from hand traps, right? So it's insane.
We played the 1 Paradise because originally I didn't really like it. Originally I didn't play these 2 cards. I played just the 6 Fiendsmith monsters. The issue is you need these cards because when you draw just Fiendsmith, you need to make your Fiendsmith engine strong enough to still win. And so that's why I added the Paradise. It was really good for me. And in the grind game, post side, we always kept this card in. No matter what matchup, we always kept this card in because
always.
Basically the way we play our deck is we force our opponent to play with us in a grind game. And Paradise is a card that can just easily win you the grind game. It was really good for us. I caught all my opponents off guard. I always kept it same. Even when I drew it, I didn't care. Because sometimes when they Lancia you, you can make Sequence into Desiree, then you hard drew the Sequence and you just set it, and then nuke your opponent's entire board. They can't come back from that.
True.
And then also you can make a bow, and a bow can discard this. So it's never actually like a real break. Now, the Triple Rebellion. So this package is so broken because it has synergy with both Fiendsmith and...
Yeah, so this actually puts a small emphasis on actually the Bestials as hand traps. It just plays like a regain package for card advantage. Which is this is something you sacrifice when you're playing an engine that is this big in the Bestial Fiendsmith deck, right? Like there's only 3 Bestials in here that are actually hand traps. So like this deck going second into other Fiendsmith decks has less Bestials.
Maliss. So if you draw it with Fiendsmith, you get a draw of Network Equip, and then it lets you end on Regain, SP, Desiree, which is like basically like double draw, triggering Magnamut. It's just like crazy broken. You have a really good grind game once you resolve that rotation. If you open Rebellion with like a Maliss name, it's also really broken. Yeah. And going second, it's almost like a board breaker, so we didn't really mind it because if you activate Rebellion going second, you force your opponent to interact with it because you can get Jewish Worm, and then Jewish Worm can just send one of their cards. So Rebellion for Jewish Worm being able to send cards makes it so that these engines are like kind of like smashing grounds going second. That's really good for us because we can clear all their stuff and then play a grind game.
Smashing ground.
You know what's crazy? And we also have a huge edge, not only against Lancia in the mirror, but the fact that Regain can shuffle back their cards to help you draw cards. Insane. Yeah,
Regain was crazy. Basically, if you go first with Rebellion and you put a Regain against a Malice variant, you win the game instantly.
Yeah, and because you also get infinite recursion of Magnamut.
If you resolve Magnamut more than twice in a turn or in a game, you win the duel. Yeah. It's just too broken. And then of course now, non-engine. Flex spots, 3 Ash Blossom, 3 Effect Veiler, 3 Infinite Impermanence, 2 Ghost Ogre, and then 3 Nibru. We wanted to keep our deck around like the 40-ish range, so I think we're 42 cards total. I think these were like the best hand traps. Yeah. I didn't really...
So same thing here. This is, I think it still classifies as like a Fiendsmith control approach, but it is way more explosive at the cost of having less non-engine. And I don't know if this is particularly always a positive. Like in some situations, yes. In some situations, no. Because in some matchups going second, you like to have heavier engine. In some matchups, you don't. Like it's difficult to say whether this is the way to play Fiendsmith moving forward. I think it's kind of... It doesn't seem very good to me post Banlist to play like Fiendsmith cards, Bestials, hand traps, and then have like 6 good Maliss starters, like Gold Sarcophagus, Terraforming, 2 Underground, 2 Dormouse. 6 good starters, but then you have to play like 4 bad ones too. Like Chessy Cat, White Rabbit, and the 2 trap cards are not ideal to start with in this deck. No Link Decoder is available. You've got still Lacrima and Lurie and Paradise are also in the Fiendsmith engine, not always great cards to draw. It doesn't feel like a super attractive concept to me compared to other things you could do with pure Fiendsmith.
Mine them. I think they were all good. The monster hand traps were...
Signet mining? You would never play Signet mining in this strategy. This strategy is very, very grindy and focused on card advantage. I don't think you would play Signet mining in it. Because if you play Fiendsmith control and you get ashed on Signet mining, you probably lose the game off of that interaction. Because you're trying to grind with your opponent and like beat them in the long game, and just losing 2 cards to an Ash like that, you probably get overwhelmed instantly.
Really good because, like I said, if you start the field spell and you get stopped on Dormouse, you can then normal summon like an Ash, normal summon an Ogre, normal summon a Veiler, make Moon into Requiem, and then summon Lacrima, dump Engraver, bring back Engraver, and end on IP plus Lacrima Engrave. Yeah. So it turns hand traps into like multiple interactions, especially with...
Also, yeah, this is weaker into something like Dominus Purge if you play Signet Mining, which is a card that you're going to see next format, right? There's some decks that can play Dominus Purge, like Fiendsmith Odeon and Blue Eyes can definitely play Dominus Purge.
You draw too many. So that was it, 42 cards in the main. And then now for the extra deck. So of course you still play the 3 Malice links, White Binder, Red Ransom, and then Cryptor. These cards basically help you like grind. So they're just like really, really broken. Nothing to say about them. We played Access.
We also haven't really talked about how, yes, the Bestial Fiendsmith cards make the Malice deck better into Lancia. But if you look at it from the other perspective, from the perspective of a Bestial Fiendsmith player, adding the Malice cards to your deck does add a weakness, a bigger weakness to like something like Fuva as well, as something that like Lancia sometimes now hurts you. Not always, but sometimes it hurts you. Previously it didn't.
We thought about cutting this to play Typhon later because these aren't really needed, but it was nice to have, just to like go for OTKs. For the Fiendsmith cards, we play 1 Requiem, 1 Sequence, Moon to go into Requiem, and then Necro Equip and Desiree. We did not play Caesar because the deck already plays around Nib, without needing to make Caesar. If you make Caesar, you lose to Imperm plus Nib. But you beat Imperm plus Nib by sequencing the way that we'll show you in the spreadsheets and
also
the
in the
master class. So
yeah. Guys, this deck is actually so good.
Yeah.
If it's piloted properly and correctly.
Never lost a Nib.
Never lost a Nib at all. Like, we played through many duels against Imperm and Nib, and it didn't do anything.
Yeah, I think Sam got like Valor, Nib, and that was kind of funny. He had to win that game, which is crazy.
Yeah, it was against Blue Eyes.
It was against Blue Eyes. So
it's Valor, Nib.
Yeah, I looked over. I'm like, bro, what? Like, did he go first or did you go first? Because I just see like 3 Valor, and like Nib.
This video is just an ad for the masterclass. They're putting a lot of emphasis on it. Yeah. I don't know.
How really easy to make this deck. So basically, all the engravers, all the lacrimas, they're counted as one fiend monster. And then if you have a link 3 plus engraver, a link 3 plus lacrima, you just make this for free. There's a lot easier to tutor this.
Yeah, and by the way, there was a play, Hawk used Lancia right during the main phase, and then his opponent called by him.
Called by the Lancia.
Yeah, called by the Lancia, and then he chain about.
Chain about, bring back the Lancia to dodge the call by.
That's crazy.
Some demonic secrets. Then we played SP. So basically, the whole concept of the deck is you play SP about control. You don't need many go first extra deck cards. These cards are enough to win you the game. You basically tag these two out, have an infinite grind game. About and SP coming back is just GG's. About also basically so that in the semi phase you draw like 8 cards, 9 cards. It's just too good. And then we have Dark Charmer. Take away your opponent's Dark Monster from the Malice Mirror. The Fiendsmith cards can also access Dark Monsters because you can go into Necro Equip, which is broken. And then you can crash Dark Charmer to get access to Malice Engine. IP to make the half board. It's part of the end board as well. Lizardos for, Malice Engine. And then 1 Link Decoder. So that's it for the 15. Now for the side deck, guys, pretty standard. We side as many blow.
I mean, the side deck probably doesn't transfer to this next format because it's different. But the general idea of the deck, I can get behind it for last format. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not sure if I'm convinced that's the way to go moving forward. If I mean, probably not a secret, but if I were to play Bestial Fiendsmith Control, I would probably not be adding Malice cards to it. It's not something I think. Yeah, I don't know. I do think for Bestial Fiendsmith in general, it probably just depends on you gotta wait for the format to settle a little bit before you can make a decision like how you play that deck exactly. Because like I said earlier, you have a lot of ways to adjust that deck slightly in one direction. Like you can play more, you can maximize on non-engine, you can take out some non-engine to play some normal summon, you can play as something with a higher ceiling, and it just depends on what exactly the format, what you need to do in the format, right? Which is something that I really value when it comes to Fiendsmith Control. I think it's a very fun deck for that. I like how flexible it is and how it can be built and so on and so forth. So it is definitely among the decks that I like for the upcoming format. So just TLDR from the previous hours of discussions. I feel like if you're a combo player, you might want to look into Memento or Unchained Fiendsmith. You might want to look into Mermail a little bit, even maybe potentially Blind Second. I don't know, I'd have to try that, but I think that deck is still scary. If you're more of a mid-range player, I think Blue Eyes and Odeon are very well positioned. I think Ryziel probably still classifies as mid-range, is still fine. Nothing crazy, but fine. For now, until we get Alliance Insight, then it's definitely going to be good again. Fiendsmith, I think, is also a very fine mid-range / control deck still. I think pure Fiendsmith / Bestial Fiendsmith / whatever. Like Bestial Fiendsmith has the downside of not being able to play Dominus Purge, but then of course Bestials are going to be strong. I think, what else is there? What else would I recommend looking into for now before Alliance Insight? There's some other stuff you can definitely mess around with. But yeah. Mitsurugi Ryziel is probably good. Still, yeah. Crystron. Would you classify Crystron more as combo or more as mid-range? I mean, of course, all Yu-Gi-Oh decks do combo, but you know what I mean. Like, is the Crystron end board like auto win, or is it more like a grindy, solid mid-range type end board? Like, what's the Crystron end board? If they go full nuts. Do you think Dragon Maid will be relevant after the new support? I think the problem for Dragon Maid is that they limited Sangan Kaiman, which was definitely the right thing to do. But Sangan Kaiman was, I think, an important consistency piece for Dragon Maid, so I'm not sure. Cyber Dragon Infinity, Tristaros, and Cluster is the standard end board. That seems mid-range. There is an Omni on it, but that seems mid-range still. Right? Seems fine. Well, is there any other like, of course we've talked about Fiendsmith Tract doing the crazy thing on card market. Is there any other cards to look into that are interesting to talk about and whether it's worth the hype? Because with Fiendsmith Tract, here's the thing. Fiendsmith Tract has gotten very expensive now, which, like, obviously the reason is because Fiendsmith wasn't hit. Everyone expected Fiendsmith to be hit. Engraver is getting a reprint, which is going to make the engine more popular, of course. The other thing, though, is that, like, Fiendsmith Tract, I mean, while it definitely should have been in Rarity Collection 4, absolutely. If there's Engraver in there, they should have put Tract in there. I feel like no-brainer. But, like, do you think it's going to hold this price point as something that a lot of decks also play only 1 or 2 copies of? I mean, a lot of Fiendsmith decks these days play 2 copies. Let's say the norm, the average is going to be 2 copies of Fiendsmith Tract. Is it going to hold 35 or whatever it is right now? It might. But, like, it might just be some hype. It might be some hype. Because I also remember, like, I think it was even higher yesterday, right? Like, the immediate fallout from the ban list had Tract at like 50 or something. Like, yesterday when I looked at, like, yesterday or Sunday night when I looked at card market, there was like no Tracts. There was like no Tracts. And then people slowly started like relisting them for lower. So I don't know. So I think there's a chance that this is not exactly where it'll settle. It might go down a little bit depending, because, like, a lot of the decks that we talked about today don't necessarily have to play Fiendsmith, right? Like, if Mermail is a thing, that doesn't play Fiendsmith. For Blue Eyes and Memento, it's debatable whether you play Fiendsmith. For Ryziel, you're probably not going to play Fiendsmith. For Maliss Post-Alliance Insight, which is probably one of the better decks Post-Alliance Insight, that also doesn't play Fiendsmith. At least in the OCG they don't at the moment. So I don't know. It's difficult to say exactly. Like, I think people that are saying Fiendsmith is going to be in every single deck now, and you're basically putting Fiendsmith into everything, I think that's a little bit cope. I think that's not entirely true. I think Fiendsmith is a very powerful engine that some decks will definitely play, but there's definitely decks out there that won't, and it remains to be seen which ones are going to be at the top. I feel like, I mean, once, like, yeah, the same thing was at YCS Houston, right? Top four at YCS Houston did not have a single Fiendsmith. So I don't know. Mitsurugi, yeah, Mitsurugi. What happened? What? So okay, what else do we look at with the ban list? Like, is there any other things that happened on the market with the ban list? Hold up. What else can we look up? Oh yeah, Memento. I mean, we can also just look at the trends here, right? We have Requiem going up to 8 or 9, which is, see, this is the same thing, right? Requiem is always at least a 1 of, in some decks a 2 of, and it's just $10. So Fiendsmith Tract is like slightly more popular because usually you play 2, but still it's not 3 times, I feel like, as sought after. Oh yeah, okay, so Requiem, Lacrima is weird to me because Lacrima is twice as expensive as a Requiem, but I guess Lacrima is from Rage of the Abyss, which had less, like, broken secret rares than Info. So maybe Lacrima being higher makes a little bit of sense, but still $20 for something that's usually a 1 of is still kind of crazy, isn't it? Memento is up here in the popularity. Combined Creation is currently sitting at over $10. which is fine. I think, like, this is something that you need one copy of in every memento list. So it's not going to make, like, memento completely hard to obtain. TCG player has combined creation at 50. Yeah, Americans are crazy, man. I don't know what to tell you. These price spikes and hypes are always so much crazier in NA, I feel like. How much is the QCR? The QCRs are usually not that affected by this sort of stuff. Like, literally, the QCR is almost the same price at this point, so you might as well get a QCR. Like, before you buy the Ultra for 11 or 12, you can get a collector's rare. That's collector's rare. Yeah, collector's rare is like 15, and the QCR is 25, 30. Yeah. I looked at the nicer one, to be honest. I have a collector's rare combined creation. That thing looks nice. I don't want no QCR in this household. I looked at the nicest version of it, which is the collector's rare. What's the cost of Odeon? I haven't looked at the Odeon cards in a while. Man with the mark. Man with the mark is not that expensive. It's like 10. It has gone up a decent amount from release date. It was like around 6 when they released it. And now it's at 10. It's pretty good. It's pretty decent development for the stuff. But it's still like, the Odeon stuff is like fine. It's not, I wouldn't call it cheap. I wouldn't call it expensive. It's like in the middle, where if you want to pick up the entire core, it looks like you're spending about 60 bucks, 70 bucks. Oh no, the Ultra Rares too. Anubis, the Last Judge is also, wait, why is the Ultra Rare more expensive than the Secret? Okay. That's interesting. So Anubis is so you're okay, you're looking more at 90 then for the entire core. The UR trap is also 6. Apophis the Serpent is, yeah, 5 to 6. Okay. It's slowly creeping up past like $100 for the entire Odeon core. Yeah. Isn't there a lot of URs, therefore the drop rate is reduced? Maybe it's that, but you do also get the Maze of the Master set had the same pull rates as a regular core set now, right? If I remember correctly, it's like 4 Ultras, 2 Secrets now. I think that looked like a good thing to me, but it has less secrets than a regular box, right? Let me rares first. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 secrets only. It only has 6 secrets. And yeah, that's less secret rares than in a regular main core set. Yeah. So yeah. Oh, Purulia is the most expensive ultra rare at over $20. No, okay. What is the current situation on Charmy? I know this is pre-sales for Rarity Collection, but like, okay, there's no shot it's gonna be $20 for a super rare Charmy, right? There's no shot. Is there a shot? That's crazy, right? What is a comparable card from future Rarity Collections to Fuva? Like a card that was only a secret rare beforehand, basically ignoring the QCR. and was like first reprint in the thing. SP Little Knight. SP Little Knight is a decent comparison because it also was $100, right, beforehand. And SP Little Knight, what was SP Little Knight at on release for the super rare? SP was a one-off, yeah, but SP was still the same price point, right? I don't think that is. SP was in the tins. Oh yeah, SP was in the tins, right? Was SP in the tins? I think it was. I think SP was in the tins, so it had the rarity collection was the second reprint for her. Yeah, I forgot about the tins because they are very forgettable. Yeah, it's hard to say. I was thinking like there's no way. I was my personal guess for Fuva was gonna be like 10. Maybe for a super rare, it depends, but the pull rate seemed normal in the openings, right? The pull rate seemed very normal in the openings. Engraver has gone down to 17 from Infinite Forbidden already. Pretty good. Probably means the... I mean, this is also technically Engraver's first reprint, right? So this is the... What's the super rare here? This one. No, this is Secret Rare Engraver. $9. Super Rare Engraver pre-sale is 8. So, yeah, okay. I mean, they're not going to be... Engraver and Fuva are not going to be dirt cheap from Rarity Collection 4, but I feel like for the first reprint, that is still a pretty good result. Seems like a pretty good result for... I mean... So, are we... I'm asking cautiously, but are we in like one of the best periods for Yu-Gi-Oh! In terms of affordability that we've been in for a long time? In general, like I know there's exceptions. I know there's still like not everything is cheap, but like overall, it feels like it's gonna be pretty good. It's not perfect yet. It's definitely not perfect yet. But like out of all the decks we've talked about today, right? We've talked about how much is a let's say a Ryziel deck for now. Like cuz Ryziel, if you pick up a Ryziel deck and you want to play it after Alliance Insight, you're not going to have to invest much into Ryziel because you're only going to have to pick up like a Star Ryziel. The Ryziel core was under 150 before the list. Yeah, I mean, surely it's less expensive now. And the Fuvas are going to be somewhat thingies. 7th Tachyon is going to be expensive for you, yeah. Mitsurugi. How much is Mitsurugi Ritual? Mitsurugi Ritual is sitting at between 10 and 13. Going up a little bit over time. Look at Magia. What rarity is Magia in the rarity collection anyways? Is it the premium rarities only? Ulti collector's rare plat only. Oh, okay. So there's no super rare and no ultra rare and no secret rare Magia. Dragon Master Magia. At least if the information on Card Market is correct, it does not have it. Well, this is a Japanese one. It does not have an ultra rare. So it's the original printing of Magia has fallen to still 500. I don't know if that's how it's going to stay, but that's still very expensive. Ultimate, Platinum, and Collectors. So platinum is 80 in pre-sale. In Germany, it's 140. That's crazy. Ultimate is 142. That's very expensive, dude. I mean, it's very expensive, but considering two things. First thing, the card is not necessary. You don't need it. I mean, it's also pre-sale prices, so it might drop. And the third thing is it's still way more affordable than whatever it was beforehand. Whatever it was beforehand, it's like this is a fraction of it, so it's still a good reprint. I kind of like the fact that like Magia is absorbing some of the value for Rarity Collection, because it probably means that some of the other staples are going to be less expensive if Magia is going to be expensive. Kind of good. The card will never stay this expensive. I also have a hard time believing that. I have a hard time believing that like something like, I don't know. The thing is, most of the openings I've seen, they didn't get it. I don't know how popular, like how easy it's going to be to pull, because it's also only in those rarities. So the pull rate is not like something that we know. But it's probably not going to stay this expensive for a Rarity Collection card, considering like in the past how often people like the amount of Rarity Collections that people open is crazy, because it's just such a good set. What else is in Rarity Collection for? How are we feeling if you had to order the 4 Rarity Collections from best to worst? What do you think the order is? Because I think 1 is still the best. I think if I remember correctly, I think 2 was the worst, I would say. And then I think it like the middle is between 3 and 4. I think 4 is pretty solid, all things considered. I think 4 is solid. Yeah. Engraver is good. I like Tronus Rarity Upgrade, but like in terms of good reprints, right? Engraver, Bone Party, Anguish, Karma Cannon, Rollback, Crimson Dragon. Get some repeats here. Let me sort by rarity. A lot of the I think what's weaker in this Rarity Collection compared to Rarity Collection 3, from my personal impression, is the nostalgia pool. Because I feel like they were scrambling to get to 200 nostalgia cards in this one. Like, of course, there's a couple of good hits in this one. Like, what is this one? This one has Trap Dust Shoot and Royal Oppression and Metamorphosis, which are good. But like the rest of them, I feel like they were a little bit scrambling to get to 200. They could have made it a little bit smaller. I feel like. You know? They missed bottoms. Oh yeah, Amaryllis is also there. Amaryllis is also good. But it's just like, they've got some good ones, but then they've just like, I feel like in Rarity Collection 3, when it comes to the nostalgia pool, even if there was a card that wasn't money, I still felt like usually it was a cool card. Like I'm looking at, I don't know, Super Nimble Mega Hamster or Raikou Lights 100 or whatever. Those were like, not like there weren't chase cards or anything, but I was like, yeah, that's a cool whatever, you know? Actually, no, I think those were both Rarity Collection 2. They were not nostalgia cards. I think they were in the previous one. Dude, there's so many nostalgia cards I'm struggling to even remember. Dude, I just noticed this morning that that Cyber Dragon Infinity is actually a good reprint. I didn't know that. I don't have a Cyber Dragon Infinity, and I was ordering a Crystron core this morning. So I looked at Cyber Dragon Infinity. I wanted to order it, and it's like it was actually quite expensive, even for the, I think it has reprints. But some of them are just like quite expensive. And I'm not gonna order the gold rare. Well, like even these are like a couple of bucks for Infinity. So I decided to not order it yet and just wait for Rarity Collection. So yeah, what cards are still left that are like a barrier to entry in terms of affordability for Yu-Gi-Oh? Dominus Purge, Dominus Impulse, 7th Tachyon. Primite. I guess Fiendsmith Tract now. Chaos Angel. Chaos Angel. Chaos Angel has Mega Pack 24, 25. Sure, it's definitely not cheap. Yeah, it's definitely not cheap. What's Typhon? Oh, Typhon is in Rarity Collection 4. Okay, that should be easy. Fenrir and Unicorn. Kashtira. Kashtira Fenrir is... Yeah, playset Fenrir is definitely going to be not pleasant. 30 bucks or something. Kashtira Unicorn. Kashtira is not expensive. While looking at something like this, where like one card is like 10 bucks or 8 or 9 bucks, this is something that I think it's not something to really complain about. At the same time, it does add up if you're building a deck, and a lot of your like non-engine stuff is like 5 to 10. So it's like, I think it's fine. It's not a huge problem, but it just would be nice, you know, if they just gave it, because the cards at this point I feel like are old enough to the point where we could get another reprint, you know. So I kind of get it, right? It's just like, because cards like Kashtiras or Bestials or whatever are just like a foundation that I would say most Yu-Gi-Oh players want to have, right? Like if you're building a Yu-Gi-Oh collection, you should have Kashtiras, you should have Bestials, you should have like the hand traps and stuff like that. So it's just nice if those cards, as a barrier to entry, they don't like it, because that adds up. Because we're looking at it from the perspective of someone who's just getting into the game, and doesn't have those yet. Because of course, if you've been playing the game for 2 years, you probably have a Kashtira engine. You probably have a Bestial package, because you either picked them up when they came out initially, or you picked them up when they got their first reprint. Because I'm pretty sure when Kashtira got their reprint in the Megatins, they were probably cheap in the beginning, right? Like at least cheaper than what they're now, right? Like these cards, usually how it works with popular reprints in Yu-Gi-Oh is like, when the reprint happens, they are very affordable. Like Unicorn chat saying like Unicorn was a euro, right? Like, so if you're quote unquote smart about it, when the reprint happens, you should pick it up. But then they slowly start creeping back up. And the thing is, that's going to be a problem for the people that that either haven't picked them up when they came out, or when they just start playing now. You know, like not everyone was playing when Megatins came out in the 25th anniversary Megatins, which I think is 2023 or 4 Megatins, right? Maybe if someone wants to look into it now, yeah, Fenrir wasn't that cheap. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Unicorn was cheaper than Fenrir, as it still is. Fenrir, but I do think Fenrir at times, like when the Megatins, this graph does not go far back, unfortunately. It only goes back a month. But I'm pretty sure Fenrir was a little less in its first reprint than it is now. Also, OTS Fenrir is probably is OTS Fenrir the most expensive one? It's funny to me that Ulti Fenrir is not that expensive. It's kind of, I don't really know what's going on with OTSs right now, because OTS ultis just feel like not that sought after anymore. They are overprinted. I don't know, maybe, but that's like, maybe that's not even a bad thing. not generic enough. I mean, out of all the look, I would agree with you if we're talking like recent OTS ultis. Like in recent OTSs, I feel like some of the choices I just don't get behind. Like Snake Eye Ash or something. I don't think was a great decision as an OTS ulti. I always think the better OTS ultis are like the generically good cards, like Dark Fusion or Diabellstar the Black Witch are all like they're like not terrible cards, and I don't mind them having an ultimate rare. But if you're looking to give your players something valuable out of their tournament packs, then you should put generic cards in there, like back in the day with like Imperm, Droplet, and all that kind of stuff, right? Because those are the ones that people I think are willing to pay a pretty penny for, because you know they're gonna hold up, right? Like if you picked up Forbidden Droplet as an ultimate rare back in the day, you can still play those Forbidden Droplets. The Snake Eye Ash is like a few months old, and you can already basically not play it anymore, right? But then there's also the thing is, these days they still do sometimes, you know, make those ultis like Feather Duster or Fenrir or Chaos Angel, but they're still not that expensive anymore, which maybe is like a sign for they're distributing more OTS packs now, which would technically be a good thing, I suppose. But it's a little bit surprising that something like Fenrir is like 29 or an OTS ulti. I don't know. Droplet is barely 60. Yeah, but that's a different issue. Like Forbidden Droplet went down because of Rarity Collection as an ulti. Because they just printed it in so many other rarities. Like where's OTS pack Droplet? OP16. Yeah, ulti Droplet has fallen, but it's only fallen because of other high rarity reprints, right? Like it's because people, instead of paying 100 or plus for ulti Droplet, they would much rather pay friggin' much less for collector's rare, ultimate rare, platinum, whatever you prefer. QCR. I don't know. Yeah, it takes a while until it shows English. English is definitely more expensive. English starts at 80 something. But yeah. Blue Eyes is going to be hype. Have they announced which artwork is going to be an ultimate rare for Blue Eyes in the upcoming OTS pack? Is it the starter deck, the OG? Oh, that's nice. That's nice. That's sick. I like that. I like that. But yeah, I don't know. Overall, all things considered, I do think, at least my personal feeling right now, the TCG is heading into exciting times, which is the good news. I think, as someone who's, I mean, I've always played and loved Yu-Gi-Oh, but 2024, in terms of like card design and stuff, was a little rough. And the fact that like 2025, I feel like, while not everything is perfect, a lot of things are headed into the right direction, and a lot of good stuff, you know, happening in terms of like ban list policies, reprint policies, and stuff like that. I think I value that a lot. I value that a lot. I think TCG is looking great. This will also mean, for the content, we're definitely going to try to get some more focus on TCG in the future. I'm going to figure it out how I'm going to do it. I do struggle with TCG content sometimes when it's live on stream, especially like dueling. I find it rough because one of the reasons why I'm choosing to live stream is because I value the chat interaction a lot. And I feel like whenever we've had remote duel streams, they were, it was a little difficult to have chat interaction at the same time while also, you know, talking to an opponent and focusing on a game. So as a result of that, I felt like the remote duel streams, while definitely fun for a lot of people, were less successful overall, you know? And also a little bit more stressful for me personally, because I'm like focusing on more things and I'm noticing how like the chat interaction goes down the drain. But like, we're definitely going to get more TCG content in here, whether it's just through the live stream. I think on the live stream, the TCG content that I enjoy the most on live stream, genuinely, is the discussion stuff. The like we do today, right? The theory, the deck, like some deck building, deck theory discussions. This is what I enjoy the most about TCG content. like we did today, or like we do today. And we're still like, we're definitely gonna try and get some gameplay in here as well. So yeah. And as far as my own, like, the thing is, the TCG, the my content on Twitch and YouTube always also reflects a little bit where I'm at in my personal life as well. Like, besides just like streaming as a, like, because the content creation part is obviously my job, but I also obviously still view Yu-Gi-Oh as my hobby. And when there's not a lot of TCG content happening, that is genuinely because I'm probably not playing as much TCG at the moment. Which was the case for the last month, where I was way more entangled with Master Duel than I was with TCG, simply because there's been a lot going on in Master Duel, and me trying to get back in. I'm trying to get back into the TCG more in the upcoming weeks for sure, because that Banlist is a banger. And I love it, and it's so hyped. There's so much hype stuff happening for TCG at the moment, that even though German Nationals is still like 2.5 months away at this point, I want to get started, dude. Like, I want to get started. I want to start like discussing the current format. I want to start playing locals again. I want to start like even Alliance Insight format theorizing and all that stuff. Master Duel is still gonna like happen. I'm still very much gonna do Master Duel content, because I really enjoy, like, Master Duel. Basically, the way I personally feel about Master Duel is that the format for Master Duel compared to TCG is going to be like way worse. Like, the format is way worse, but content creation for Master Duel is still a lot of fun. Like, playing Master Duel, and then and just like the chat interaction while playing Master Duel and all that, it's just good fun, you know. I like Master Duel. There's also an exciting pack coming to Master Duel in a bit that we can also take a look at in a second. And so we're still gonna play and stream Master Duel a decent amount. But that also, the thing is, streaming Master Duel does not stop us from doing TCG like content. Also, by the way, we have, speaking of TCG discussion content, we're going to have a massive sorting stream again at some point, probably longer than 5 hours, because that's how long it's going to take to stream. Like, we're going to finally do something that you guys complain about all the time. We're going to sleeve my entire collection and sort it, probably alphabetically, which is probably going to be, dude, it might as well be a 24-hour stream. I don't know. But it's going to be one of those where we've done those in the past, where we like discuss a lot of stuff during it. Like, you guys get to ask questions and all that. It's going to be like a chill stream. I don't know exactly when it's going to happen. I've ordered like dividers and stuff for it, and sleeves. And once all that is here, we're probably going to have like an entire like day to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh while I sort all my stuff. That's going to be fun. Yeah. So that's another thing. All right, hold up. I'm gonna need a suggestion for a reaction right now, because I've just gotten my lunch. Let me see if someone has posted something on the Discord. React Andy suggested. Okay. Okay, that's something we can do. Hold up. Yeah, hold up. While I have my food, we can take a little look at the GOAT's Banlist reaction. Hold up. We can look at Roxin's Banlist reaction. It's funny there's Cyberjar on the preview, because it's probably one of the few cards he knows the effect of in this entire thing. Let's go. Hold up.
Banlist fans, thou shalt not worry. I know we're a day late. The Banlist came out yesterday. I was having a birthday party. Today is my 30th birthday. Wow.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, it's tough to be old, guys. I know. But the good side of being old is your certain core skills. They just never leave you. I mean, when you put 10,000 hours in something like me in the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG, you don't forget about how the Banlist works, all right? So the Banlist is here. It's going to be announced live on stream, just like last time, which was really exciting. So I'm going to give you the perfect takes about the current
He's just
Yu-Gi-Oh!
like you
meta
for real,
and the
dude.
upcoming
I'm not 30 yet. Okay, calm down. Calm down.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Meta. So we're going to switch on over to the screen so we can actually see, and we are going to react. Let's see what they say.
Match and just Goblin Bikers, yeah, Goblin Bikers, Memento. You never saw it coming.
Okay, this doesn't seem like it's ready yet. Let's
he knew going into this tournament. You definitely.
let's find out where we need to go.
This excited.
Okay, yes, congratulations, Pascal. Siakam.
Winner.
Amazing
okay, here we go.
experience. I hope that you all had a fantastic time.
Someone has broken into the mainframe. Kaiba, someone's hacked into your system. What, Mr. Kaiba, someone has hacked into your system. It's Yugi. He must be trying to use the Dark Magician.
Finally got a stable connection. Congratulations to our newest YCS winner, who also happens to be the final YCS winner of the current advanced format. The new advanced format
I thought they're about to change to something besides YCS.
starts on April 7th. And I have the next
April 7th, my birthday.
Right here. So, I've been trying to tell you all weekend about the new Forbidden Limited card list. And there's a lot to go over, so lock in. First,
Wait, he wasn't going to tell us during the
following
tournament?
cards are now unlimited.
I'm afraid this is a embarrassing question to ask, but it's bothered me all weekend. But what's max headroom? Because everyone's referred to max red headroom because of that skit, and I don't get it. I don't know what that is. Is that a movie? It's a movie. Okay. Some old stuff. Now, okay, as someone who is not old, I don't actually know that. Yeah, I wouldn't know that. So yeah, it's not embarrassing. It's just something you don't know if you're not old. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Unlimited. Okay, wait. He doesn't have the cool cards this time. He has a piece of paper. I wanted the cool little cardboard. I love cardboard, especially shiny cardboard.
Cyberjar.
Wait. Unlimited Cyberjar. Wait, they're just putting it on the screen. Wait, this is going to go quick. Wait, there's only a few minutes left in this. Okay, Cyberjar. Initial reactions. Ooh, wow. Gonna be pretty scary, as I guys said before. Okay, I love Cyberjar, but obviously it didn't matter. They're putting it to unlimited.
Danger Jackal.
Danger?
Wait, Ruxin knows what dangers are?
Oh my goodness. We might be in danger, everybody. Jackalope and Tsuchinoko. Discarding stuff from the hand, getting taken out. Stuff getting thrown on the field. So many effects being activated. Oh boy, wow.
I love it because he just, for the most part, he just says the most generic stuff that so you don't know exactly if he knows what he's talking about. But then he said discarding cards, so he knows at least something. He's onto something.
Gonna lie, I don't really care.
And Danger Tsuchinoko.
They're unlimited. Let's be honest. If you're getting unlimited, you're pretty irrelevant. So it's like, come on.
Ava.
As I've said, every ban list, this card doesn't matter. First of all, I always want to say Eva. It looks like Eva to me. That little Dora the Explorer looking guy. I mean, like, come on. This card has never mattered, ever. It's irrelevant.
Bro said Dora the Explorer looking ass. That's funny.
Get it out of here. Put it unlimited. Put it to 6 for all I care. It doesn't matter. I mean, come on. Another thing, I got to mention this. Every time they do these on the Twitch channel, Konami, we need to work on your marketing for your Twitch channel because it is impossible to find your Twitch channel. It's impossible. Yu-Gi-Oh! Official Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG. If you type in Yu-Gi-Oh! It doesn't come up. You type in official Yu-Gi-Oh! It doesn't come up. If you type in Konami, doesn't what I think I already said that. But like there was all these different things I typed in. The only reason I found it is because I went to my followed channels and I scrolled down like 50 and found it. It's ridiculous. So like, can we make your name a little bit easier to find? I mean, like, this is ridiculous. So
to be fair, I feel like this is something that's on Twitch. Their search engine is not great, I think. Like I've definitely experienced that in the past. Yeah.
Let's continue.
And Performapal Monkey.
I'm not happy about this. This is my okay. Oh, look, guys, we need to talk about this. I know. Look, no editing in this video, so sorry, but we're gonna do some live zoom ins because I cannot stand by and watch this happen. Why are we letting Pendulum exist? Can we just do a bit? Can we do like what are those called? Master Rule? Can we do Master Rule? What are we on, 5 now? Maybe?
He's spitting.
Let's go to 6, okay? And let's just axe Pendulum. Let's just take them out. I know they're old. They're not even that good. They're just dumb. Can we get them out of here? Like, do we really need to have like multiple types of a card? Do we really need to be putting stuff face up on top of the extra deck? I'm tired of playing auction series and having Simo play Pendulum. Okay, can we take these out? Like just remove them forever and say like, if you ever play these again, we're going to find you and we're going to send those guys that the Magic people sent when they had those like stolen cards and they're going to hunt you down and take them back. Like if they find out you have a Pendulum card, you're going to get hunted down by those guys. Okay. So like, let's just get rid of them. Okay. I don't care if it's Monkey Board. I don't care if it's Electromite. I don't care what the card is. Let's just get rid of it. Okay. All right. I don't care if that they came out in 2014. Get them out of here. All right. Okay. So I'm not okay with that one. Okay. So that's the total overview. Cyberjar, good to see you back, baby. April 7, right on my birthday. What a gift.
Are now semi-limited. There's a
semi-limited list, one of my favorites.
Number of them moving in both directions. So let's start with the cards moving from limited.
Wait, there's a number of them going to the semi-limited list? Okay.
They are Black Dragon Collapse Serpent and White Dragon Wyverberg.
Okay. All right. We got black and white dragons. Love these guys. These are really relevant cards.
He does not know what they are.
Morphing Jar.
He knows Morphing Jar.
Morphing Jar is not unlimited? Huh. Somebody's got to come up with some way to use these guys. Cyberjar and Morphing Jar.
Ironically, Morphing Jar is better than Cyberjar, I think. Like, as someone I've got humiliated by Morphing Jar in the last Duelist Cup because I was playing against Stun and they just set 4 and then set Morphing Jar and I couldn't play and then they flipped Morphing Jar, discard my hand, draw 5 more traps. Like, Morphing Jar is definitely scarier than Cyberjar.
I mean, somebody's got to mill some people out. I know that. Konami, how do we make flips relevant again? Bring them back. I don't know how you're going to do it. Maybe you'll have some sort of thing that protects face down. Wait, you already have that with, what's that archetype called? The like really annoying one where they just set themselves over and over? Yeah, that one. I mean, there's got to be something. There's got to be some way to use these. I mean, come on.
Unchained Soul of Shivara.
Unchained. Distant Coder is going to be happy.
Snake Eye Ash.
Snake Eye Ash? Wait. What was this at before? Because isn't that at 1 in Master Duel? Wait, there's no way they're giving Snake Eye more power. That's interesting. Because Snake Eye Ash, pretty strong in the Snake Eye combo. So, interesting.
And Snake Eye.
He says so much without saying anything. It's very impressive.
Wait, what? Okay, I'm not sure how they were in the TCG, but at 2, that's pretty good. Because
that's the entire point. That's why this reaction is the best one.
It's insane. I
most
think that's
important one
in Master Duel as well. So maybe they just
guys. This will definitely affect the card port rectangles. It'll definitely affect the way the cards will be placed on the table.
Suck in the TCG now? I don't know. That's great. There's no way they suck. That's crazy.
The rest of the semi-limited cards were previously unlimited, and they.
Okay, so those were at 1. They're getting better. What is going on in the TCG, guys?
Roxin, they don't have. There's a card called Original Sinful Spells Snake Eye, and it was forbidden on the previous ban list, and that was like the main reason why the deck was good. So they banned that. So now they're giving them back those because also Bonfire is limited.
Whoa. I take it back. I obviously know what's going on in the TCG. Okay, don't take that too seriously.
I obviously know what's going on.
Ice Ryzeal.
Oh, Ryzeal. They're that good, huh?
Sword Ryzeal.
Oh, Sword Ryzeal. I mean, come on. You can't have 3 swords out there. Very dangerous.
Maliss P. Dormouse. Maliss P. White Rabbit. And Maliss in Underground.
So Maliss Ryziel. Okay, yeah, that deck. Yep, been a problem for me every time I go to a
yeah, the Maliss Ryziel deck. The Maliss Ryziel deck, dude, has been a problem. We've all been saying it. Finally, they're doing something about that deck, you know? The Maliss Ryziel deck, dude. Absolutely been a problem.
tournament. Yep, we got to get those to semi-limit. This is a lot of semi-limits. How much does this... I mean, we putting it to 2? It seems like there's still going to be...
That's how a semi-limit works.
Pretty good. All right, let's look at this. My favorite deck, Snake Eye Fiendsmith, is coming back. So, yeah, we're good to go. I mean, we're good to go. I'm going to be summoning. I'm going to be special summoning. I'm going to be link summoning. I'm going to be summoning out Requiem. It's going to be pretty crazy. Rhyme Style is going to be sitting there like, whoa, dude, this guy's crazy. So, yeah, this is pretty amazing for me. I'm very excited.
Next up, the limited cards.
All right, now we get serious. All this has been fluff until now. Let's get to the real stuff.
3 cards have been moved from forbidden to limited. You may have seen a couple of these.
Okay, what are we getting unbanned? Poggers agreed. Come on, baby. That would be a disaster.
In the Quarter Century Stampede unboxings a couple days.
Oh, in the QC Stampede. We didn't see Aranea, so it's not going to be Aranea's. Petite Moth? Just what it was forbidden before, right?
I would highly recommend that you go check those out right after this.
I would highly recommend you go check those out right after this. True.
The returning cards are Mathmech Circular.
Oh. Yeah, that's pretty big. That's a good card. MBT likes that card.
Brilliant Fusion.
Wait, did he just mess up the Josh reference?
Oh, wait, I have these! TCG investment! Let's go! We bought like 3 ultimate rares of this. Oh,
MBT likes Mathmech, actually. Wait, there's people that like Mathmech? Like, seriously? I thought you guys were just memeing on me, just trying to make me angry. Okay, that's interesting.
I need to check my price. I need to check my price after this. I think my store's off, luckily. Brilliant Fusion. I think we bought 3 ultimate rares. We're like, what if they bring it back? And everybody's like, no way, they're not bringing it back. Well, look who brought it back, baby. We got to put these up. That's crazy. I bet they're pretty expensive. I think we only bought them. They were like $15 or $20. It was crazy.
And Masterpiece.
Masterpiece. Oh, man. Yeah, wow. Okay, Masterpiece. Yeah, we're gonna be oh gosh. It's probably all right these days, but that's a pretty scary card. That's a pretty scary card. I'm not gonna lie, I hate playing against True Draco, so I don't necessarily want them to get any better, but I mean it's pretty irrelevant these days.
Why Ruxin should do this for every card game? Like why does he limit it to Yu-Gi-Oh? He should do the same when like Magic does a ban list update. He should just react to it. He's just like, oh yeah. Yeah. The Black Lotus, huh? Mm-hmm.
Sorry, True Draco fans. I don't think you're going to be doing much, even with Masterpiece. At one. I mean, really, what are you going to do? You're going to draw the 1? I mean, come on. You have to find a way to get it. So,
Coldota Rebirth banned in Pauper? Well, it was always scary when they Coldota Rebirth. No one's going to be Coldota Rebirthing again, so that's good.
Even then, like, there's so many things. He's not that big. He's 2950. He's not even that tall, you know?
The True Draco Slaying King.
People are excited about
the rest of the
True Draco. Look at this guy in the middle. Is that Simo's like little brother? Look at this guy. That's like Simo's buff brother or something. Interesting. All right. I didn't know Simo's buff brother.
What are we doing, man?
Brother went to YCS Houston. That's crazy. Yeah, let's see if we see anybody else over here. It's kind of hard to tell. So Simo's buff brother is super pumped about Masterpiece. Not shocking. He's probably pumped about Pendulum too. Let's see what else. Anybody else? Somebody else is just chilling. You know, they're hanging out. All right, let's get to the forbidden list. That's what I want to see. Who got banned?
Newly limited cards were previously unlimited, and they are Bestial Druisworm.
Wait. What?
The True Draco Slaying.
That went from unlimited?
The rest of the newly limited cards were previously unlimited.
Oh, newly limited. I was like, they just banned it from 3? Okay.
And they are Bestial Druisworm.
Yeah.
Ryziel Detonator.
Okay, Bestial Druisworm, first of all, pretty, yeah, It's a pretty good card. So yeah, I can't believe it was a 3. That's insane. Well, that'll help everybody who's complaining about Stampede not having the Bystials. You only need 1 now, so you don't have to buy 3. So there you go. You're good. I mean, they kind of helped you out there. Maybe that's why they didn't put
Dude, he's not wrong, dude. He doesn't miss. I wonder, like, Ryzeal Detonator limit must be a pretty big hit to the Maliss Ryzeal strategy.
in there because they were putting it down to 1. I mean, that's kind of a weak excuse, but Ryzeal Detonator. Okay, more Ryzeal.
Bonfire.
Bonfire.
Cross out.
Okay, wait. So Bonfire, you got Poplar back at 2, but Bonfire's down to 1.
He knows Bonfire can search Poplar?
3. These are all at 3. Crossout was at 3? That is the most annoying thing ever. Oh my gosh. Yeah, wow. Okay, so you never get to resolve a hand trap. That's insane.
Triple Tactics Talent.
That was a 3?
Dimension Shifter.
Oh, thank goodness. Oh, wow. Oh my goodness. They were playing with these at 3? 3 dimension shifters?
Yeah.
This is like the worst format ever. Thank goodness I
Okay, no, it was still better than Master Duel.
play all the time. Oh, wow. Okay, dimension shifter. Wow. Okay. Still, honestly, just put it at 0. Nobody likes this card. Get it out of here. You don't want it at 1. I mean, that's good. From 3 to 1, it's a lot better. But like, why was it at 3? Why is it at anything? Why does this card exist? Can we
he's got a point. He's spitting. He knows he actually, I changed my mind. He knows what he's talking about.
About all of these, just rip it in half. Like, get it out of here. Get it out. Nobody likes it. Okay, what was the other one? Triple tack that I didn't. So they had cross out and triple tack at 3. So it's like, please play a hand trap. Good luck, buddy. I've got all these cards. They're gonna do something. Yeah, that is wow.
See, even Ruxin gets it. He gets it. He gets their toxic.
Wow,
he doesn't even play modern Yu-Gi-Oh!
TCG because this last format was terrible. Based on what I'm seeing here. Wow,
okay,
that does not sound
terrible.
fun.
Finally,
yeah, get that out of here.
There are 4 newly forbidden cards in the
Okay, 4 newly forbidden cards.
next advanced format.
Okay.
And they are.
All right. What are they? All floodgates, please. Somebody said dimension shifter. Can we ban it as well from 1? Can you move it to 1 and then move it to 0? Can we do that?
Nightmare Griffin.
Nightmare Griffin. I'm not gonna lie, I thought this was banned.
Link Decoder.
Link Decoder. Yep, very relevant to the current format.
He does not
Gotta
know what
ban
that is. No.
Sure.
Yeah.
Abyss Dweller.
Oh, yes! There's a floodgate. Nice! Get that out of here. Nobody likes Abyss Dweller. Okay, come on. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. You just make it. You can't do anything in the graveyard. Lame. Lame. We want to be able to play Yu-Gi-Oh!
Damn.
Everybody's happy about that one.
Bahamut Shark.
Okay. 1 floodgate. We'll take it.
Not 2.
1 floodgate. I mean,
2.
honestly, next
2.
time this forbidden should just be a giant list. Every single floodgate to ever exist. Just get them out of here.
Base
Gone.
Truth
We
Nuke.
don't like them. Done. So, okay. Are they going to show everything? Because, wow, that was a lot of changes. That was like 4, and there was like 9 on the limited list. There was like 10 on the semi-limited. There are probably 30 changes. So they really diced it up, which honestly, from what I'm seeing right here, good decision. I mean, I don't know how any of y'all were playing the TCG right now. That is disgusting. I was playing it. It was amazing. I mean, obviously I had to make sure I know all my stuff for the Banlist reaction, but it was a real grind. Okay, going into locals and just, sitting down, getting dimension shifted. I play my then they try.
This is like those formats on YouTube where it's like someone from one card game showing someone else from another card game like their cards, and they have to like rate whether they're good or not. This is that, but the player from the other card game has to pretend they know and play the card game, which is a hilarious concept. Actually, we should probably do that at some point. We should get like someone who has no idea about Yu-Gi-Oh, show them like new Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and they have to like rate them, and but they have to like not tell us that they don't know. Like they have to pretend like they know everything about Yu-Gi-Oh. It'd be so peak. They're like, oh yeah, that card definitely very relevant, and guess the fake Yu-Gi-Oh play. Yeah. Where it's like there's like 10 people, 9 of them play Yu-Gi-Oh, 1 of them doesn't play Yu-Gi-Oh, and you have to like ask them questions, and each round you eliminate one. Dude, Ruxin would always win that. That'd be so funny.
To, you know, search a card. I Ash Blossom. They play Cross Out. They play their Triple Tactics talents. I mean, come on. I was like, okay, you know what? I might as well not be here. All right, you do your.
But you can only ask them like very specific questions that they can answer with like this sort of stuff. Like, do you agree with Triple Tactics talents going to 1 on the recent ban list? And they have to like answer a little bit. But you can't ask them like super obvious stuff. Like, what's the effect of talents? Because they obviously won't know that.
Your thing over there. Just go for it. Do your thing.
You
know, I'll just go play Master Duel or something. You know, I'll just go buy some packs and open them up because yeah. Okay. Well, thank you, Konami. Thank you. Let's see if they say anything else. Anything else? Jerome.
You'll be able to find the complete.
That's his name, right? Jerome.
Why'd you say it like that? Why'd you say it so menacingly?
I think.
List of changes on our social media soon, with the complete list updated on the website tomorrow.
Yeah, why don't they update the website? Is it that hard to like line it up with the video? Like as soon as you post the video on the live stream, update the website. Is that hard? Like why? Why do we have to wait a day? I know it doesn't really matter now because we just react to this video, but this one was like even easier. He just pre-recorded it. So it's like the other one, it was like they walked out, they're like boom, 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 Kyber briefcase, pulled out the thing. They pre-recorded this. You could just.
I will say this one I think was better because the whole briefcase thingy and him announcing the cards through the mic. If you didn't stand exactly in front of the thing at YCS Anaheim, you did not understand shit. Like I was in the venue. I was like 30 meters away from Jerome when he was announcing the cards, and I had to watch. I was watching the live stream on my phone to see the cards. Because I couldn't hear what they were saying through the mic. So them just playing it as a video with the cards also like, because this had subtitles, right? Which is a big deal because there's like screens in the venue that you can watch it at, and you'll have subtitles even if you can't hear it.
And for that, and update the website. So
that was nice. But yeah, the website thingy, I don't know, dude. I'm just like, I'm not complaining because this the two recent ban lists in terms of like how they were handled were just like so much better already. So I feel like it's just only up from here. I mean, to be honest, if you were looking at the numbers that YCS Houston did, like in terms of viewership, not only on my stream, but most importantly on the Konami channels, like the I feel like the YouTube stream had like over 20,000 viewers for the finals, is crazy successful. I don't know if they would, why they would ever go back to a different, like, why post the ban list out of nowhere when no one is expecting it, when you can also do this? Which is just better for both. I mean, it's better for the community and better for them because it gets a lot of exposure.
I don't know. Just saying, Konami.
Best of luck to everyone.
And then on Twitch, it's like if you combine all the channels, I'm pretty sure we were also over 20K people watching Yu-Gi-Oh on Twitch as well. So it was for Yu-Gi-Oh standards, that's pretty damn good. You know, I've streamed previous YCSs, and for this one, we've had over 6,000 people here for the finals, which was crazy. Thank you everyone who tuned in. Even though it was like past midnight for EU, like 2 a.m. on a Sunday or whatever, when it dropped, 3 a.m., I don't remember. And like all the others, you know, like also crazy viewership, I'm pretty sure. So like overall, insane.
Preparing for the next few months of competition.
Thank you.
The thing is, this is also gonna, the thing you have to realize is if they keep doing it at YCSs, it will also boost the viewership of YCSs that they don't do it at. Because people are gonna check in, maybe just in case there's a ban list, you know, just in case, you know, let me watch the finals and see what's happening, because there might be a ban list. But like, you know, they obviously they're not gonna do it at every YCS, but like even for some, like let's say there's a YCS in a few months, some people are definitely going to check in because there might be a ban list.
I will. That'll be me.
Exciting news on the Forbidden and
Yes.
Limited list. Looking forward to seeing how this will impact our next YCS in Providence, Rhode Island on May 3rd and 4th.
When's the next YCS? May 3rd? YCS Providence? Definitely going to be watching that one. Yeah. Oh yeah, I already put it in my calendar. We're going to be watch partying that one.
Oh my goodness.
Who's going to be there? Who's going to be in Providence? Guys, who's going to be there? You better watch out. I'm here now. Only one dimension shifter. Only one cross out. I'm going to be out there just knocking people out. So, okay, I'm not actually going to be there. But I will be there for Nationals because...
I love Roxon, dude. Such a great reaction. Such a treat. Such a treat. Will Alliance Insight be legal for Providence? I think so, yeah. I think so. Because it's I mean, it's not only I think so, I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is because Alliance Insight releases May 1st / May 2nd, depending on where you're at in the world, and the YCS is just the weekend after. Which is always a little bit of a stressful situation for the people going to the tournament because you got to figure out how to get the cards in time. But for the viewers at home, it's always pretty hype because they get to see the newest stuff in action. So yeah, that's gonna be that. One quick thing we're gonna do real quick. Is that an in-game announcement in Master Duel for the new cards? Because I do want to cover that on today's stream as well. I know it's been a mostly TCG-focused stream, but I do want to cover some of the news. Because from what I've heard, it seems like it's pretty big news for Master Duel as well. And I don't want that to go completely unnoticed. So let me boot it up. I have to... Dude, I need to make an update because it's been a while. I still haven't collected all of these. I'm still getting some gems in the upcoming days. Silent Magician level 8. Let's go. New secret pack, new selection pack, rental competition, onslaught of emperors, I think is the announcement. So selection pack, let's go. New selection pack, and this is a big one, and this is why I wanted to showcase it. This is not even all the cards that are going to be in this pack, but Primite, and I would be shocked if this does not release full power Primite. I'm pretty sure that's going to be full power Primite with Lordly Load and probably even Ether Barrel. So that's going to be massive because that's basically going to catapult Blue Eyes to full power in Master Duel. Primite Imperial Dragon itself, I think is not a bad card, but it's not really that relevant. Memento, after they've won a YCS in a TCG now and have been long awaited in Master Duel, looks like are getting their final wave of support, which is a pretty strong meta contender for Master Duel. Maybe you have to wait until Snake Eye is fully gone, but pretty good that we finally get the Memento cards. There's Thea the Primal Being, which is completely irrelevant. Do not ever craft this card. And then, last but not least, very important, is Necrocrypt Princess. And this is Fiendsmith support, of course, that allows you to go full combo off of Fiendsmith Tract now, and also like normal summon Lurie or whatever. And it also begs the question, if there's Fiend support in this pack, maybe there's also Lacrima. Maybe there's also the missing Fiendsmith card, basically. Like Agnum Day as well. Could potentially be in this pack, which is pretty huge. So this is a lot of impact for a single selection pack. Like normally they're not that hype. Normally it's not like this, where it's just like a whole bunch of stuff, but there's like Memento, which is a meta contender, Primite, which is a meta contender, and Necroquip, which makes Fiendsmith super, super relevant. I'm not hype at all. I personally think, from the current perspective where Master Duel is at, this is a good thing. Because I'm telling you, the Fiendsmith stuff getting better is good for something like Fiendsmith Control and the grindy version of Fiendsmith, whereas in the current state, Fiendsmith is basically only good in combo piles. Like, this is for the better, in my opinion. Memento being out there is also quite cool, and Primite being out there is also quite cool because it promotes more mid-range gameplay, which is very absent in Master Duel at the moment. So both Primite and Fiendsmith Control are going to promote more mid-rangey and grindy playstyle. Maybe we're going to need one more Banlist to touch Snake Eye and whatever further, right? But like, it's still, this pack, I think, is a step in the right direction. So I like this. I like this pack. What is the other thing? New secret pack. Oh, okay, they're giving Memento its own secret pack. Okay, that makes sense. Makes sense. Valmonica new secret pack. Does that mean we're also getting the new Valmonica cards? Oh! Wait. Centurion. Okay, so this is more news regarding other new stuff in the game. We get the full Memento support, we get Valmonica support, we get the Centurion cards finally. What's the last one? Oh, Sharks. Okay, dude. That's cool. That's cool. So that's gonna be in the game on Thursday. We're definitely gonna check that out on Thursday. Gonna be opening the new pack. I'm gonna be honest, with all those announcements, and like the TCG stuff as well, I'm not really hyped for current Master Duel format. I'm just gonna wait until Thursday to play Master Duel again. So I just wanted to look at those notifications, but not really play today because I don't really feel like doing a Snake Eye combo right now, or playing against the Snake Eye combo right now. But like on Thursday, we're gonna check this out for sure. There's also going to be a rental competition, Onslaught of Emperors. Tryout duels are mini events. In this event, duels are played with loner decks with cards from the new selection pack. Okay, so that's cool. They're giving you rental decks to try out those new decks because they're adding a lot of new stuff. So that's pretty cool. Okay. That being said, I do have to be somewhere at 5 p.m. today, so I think we're going to call it a day a little bit early. There is a small chance I can't stream tomorrow. I'm not sure yet because my parents asked me if I could help them with something, which I would do if they need me to. I'm not sure if they need me for it, but there is a small chance that that's going to happen tomorrow. I'm not entirely sure, but I'll let you know over on the Discord, !Discord, if you haven't joined the Discord server yet, where we also talk a lot about Yu-Gi-Oh, so feel free to join it. I'm going to make an announcement tomorrow if I'm not streaming. Otherwise, I'll just be live at the regular time. And then on Thursday, we'll definitely be live for the new selection pack. There is also a very small chance, I have to check the stuff we have planned over the course of the weekend, but we might be live on the weekend watching the French Open. Is the French Open on Saturday or on Sunday? Because I thought about watch partying it with the new format because I was just hype about it, about TCG. I'm not entirely sure. I think if it's Sunday, I can't do it. If it's Saturday, I might be able to do it. Oh, it's Sunday? Okay, I think Sunday I can't. Let me check my calendar. Yeah, Sunday I can't. Saturday I could have. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's annoying. I actually wanted to. I just wasn't sure if it was Saturday or Sunday. If it was Saturday, I would have done it. Well, okay, we can recap it on Monday, I suppose. We can recap it on Monday. Okay. Anyways, you guys, we're going to call it a day here, slightly earlier, but I'm out of stuff to talk about for today. We've gotten all the things done that I wanted to do. It's been fun. Thank you guys for hanging out. Let me find someone to raid. Hope everyone is as hyped for the future of Yu-Gi-Oh content as I am. I'll see you guys either tomorrow or on Thursday. I'm not entirely sure yet. But yeah, you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll send you guys over to someone who's playing Master Duel right now, just so you can also get your daily Master Duel fix. Let me see who's on. We haven't rated Nifroth in a while. I'll send you guys over to Nifroth. Hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for the support as always. And yeah, have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye bye, everybody. Peace.